live? Yeah, I think we're live. Well, we're live here on Facebook and YouTube. I just gotta wait to see if I'm connecting on Instagram. I think now I'm live on Instagram. All the stuff's coming in. Let me. Oh, just got a sale. Um, love that sound. Let me go on Clubhouse now. Cluphouse. Was a little late today. I'm in a different room. I have a different setup. Of course, you guys know this is new. This is sort of my children's domain here in the basement, and I got banished to the basement due to the fact that I'm too loud, too late, and so with these live streams, so they've kindly asked me that I relocate to the basement here, and my children have been kind enough to give up their space. It's really crazy the whole setup they have here. I'm kind of jealous. I need to get a desk. She's got all those stands and monitors and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. But let me get on to let me get on about this Clubhouse, and we will see what we're going to talk about tonight. I know I got a little distracted today because I was arguing with people, I don't want to say battling them, but having discussions on social media. It just really not stresses me, it just irritates me when I see these people coming on and putting out information that they haven't done the full research, and so they don't really understand what they're talking about, and they're making these claims, and it's just not right. Like if you guys were making the right claims, I would leave it alone, and I would just keep my mouth shut. But the claims are wrong, and it's really not good for the industry. You know what I mean? Like, people need to understand, and I'm about to show some videos tonight where, like, when Dr. Sebi said Connor is Christmas, I'm almost like convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt, based on all the stuff that he said and the stuff that he's shown and the stuff that I've seen, that the Seamoss that he was talking about was not Condor's Christmas, and that the Seamoss that he sells and the Seamoss that he serves in his own Ushla village, where it's sort of like the backbone of his healing, is Condor's Christmas. I'm not Condor's Christmas, it's Garcilaria. And so you can't start throwing shade at all these other places of Seamoss, and you really don't have the information to back up what you're claiming. That's my argument. You know what I mean? If they showed some scientific tests, if they showed some other proof beyond what they've said, you know what I mean? Like, even the people that they're quoting, you could see the information's incorrect. But anyways, I digress. I'm going to get this Clubhouse going. Let's talk about Seamoss with Julien. And friends. And that's today, not tomorrow. I really wanted to start this earlier today too, like 8:30, but I never, I just, you know what it is, I got like tied up with this arguing with that guy, and then also doing research on, I'm sending back some scooters down to St. Lucia, and so I got all tied up doing research on that. And open discussion on all things Seamoss. And everything related to Seamoss. Let's go. Open that room. Let's start it. And let me know if you guys want me to send you the link to join that in. I think I'm almost positive. I know I'm having some issues with the live stream and the comments. I bet you any money there's comments like going on, and I can't see them because I'm gonna write them a complaint tomorrow because it gets frustrating. I need to see everybody's comments. Hi, Angela. Welcome to Seamoss Talk. Let me know if you have any questions about Seamoss. I'm going to check out your bio. But I am just making sure anybody else has no questions in the chat. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen with show you guys some videos of the Seamoss that they serve at the Ushla village, so you get an understanding of what I'm talking about.
So this is the Seamoss that they're boiling. Yes. Is there anything in it besides water?
And then we make it in the blender. We blender it and we make the paste.
Okay.
Yeah. When we start that process, I look for you.
Okay. So is that just natural spring water?
See.
Okay, and Seamoss.
And Seamoss.
And how long do you boil it?
You boil it like boca agua. Una hora ya ahí coge Seamoss, ¿verdad? Sí. 1 hour.
1 hour? Oh wow.
So they boil the Garcellaria
okay.
1 hour.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And they put it in a pot with the water.
So this is the Seamoss that they're boiling.
Yeah.
Is there anything in it besides water?
And then we make it in the blender. We blender it and we make the paste.
Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah. When we start that process, I look for you.
Okay. So is that just natural spring water?
See.
Okay, and Seamoss.
And Seamoss.
And how long do you boil it?
You boil it like boca agua. Una hora ya ahí coge Seamoss, ¿verdad? Sí. 1 hour.
1 hour? Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
And then I think there's another video that I watched. This one.
Forms and surveys like this get responses like
Commercials.
that. But with
When I'm the Seamoss, this is the Seamoss when it's I can show it to you. This is when it's ready to be blended. Oh, you let it soak? Okay, come. I was looking for you. Come.
So after they boil it, they put it in these bowls and they let it cool before blending it into the gel.
Yeah, I let it soak. I'm going to show all the process. I see. Okay? I'm going to show all the process. Let me see.
You need some more walnuts?
Huh?
You need some walnuts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Wait. Right. I want to show everything. Okay?
And so I wonder how many people have actually like gone on YouTube, looked this up.
Okay.
Look at the Seamoss. Okay.
Is this Seamoss? That's the Seamoss.
I don't know about you, but that doesn't look like Ponder's.
So this is the Seamoss?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is Seamoss.
And so my question to these people that maintain
And I
that
buy
it was
it.
Ponderous
Okay.
Christmas that Dr. Seamoss is always talking
And
about,
you boil it for an hour?
if that's the
I boil it
case,
for hour and a half.
why is he not serving
Yeah,
it
but
at
when
his
it is
own?
big, you provide it half an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Half an hour?
Yeah, but this is how we're gonna be, see?
And then another
Okay.
question
Right.
is, why is
You put that in
everybody
that bowl.
Then
boiling
you're gonna soak
like he
it,
is?
wash it, rinse it. Like 5 times you can rinse it.
Okay.
Okay?
You know, everybody says that the
Yeah.
boiling reduces
Yeah.
the minerals, but
You eat
did they
mama?
have any proof?
Okay, okay. So
This is
you
like
don't
kind
wash
of
it
like,
times?
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying, folks.
It comes
boiled.
right like this. Yeah. Then you're gonna
They
wash
boil it for
good.
like
You're
almost
gonna
an
put it
hour.
in this container with water, you put it to cook. Yeah, when it cook, it's gonna be like this way.
And so I don't have a problem
Then-
with
then
the
when it got
information you're
cold,
saying is
It
right.
come like this, see?
But when I
Then
go
I
and I
don't
look it
know
up
how to
and
put
I
it in
start kind of like
I could do
kind of
it.
confirming
I could do it for
what
you.
information's out there, I'm doing my, I guess, what you would call due diligence. And this is a video that I find.
Then we get a container
To
and
me,
soak it with water. We
You know,
wash it
it
good.
maybe it puts a
We
lot of
rinse
things
it,
into question.
you know?
And then when I see
it
other
clean.
videos,
Then we're gonna put it
with him
in the pot.
describing the Seamoss,
When we put it
and
in
the
the pot, we're
description
gonna
he
make it.
gives is similar to the description of the Seamoss that he's serving at his Ushla village. Right? So could it be possible that, you know, he made a mistake and labeled it wrong? Could it even be possible that, like, back then, like, you know, that's sort of what all the Seamoss was called? I don't know. I wish I could ask him that question. Like, why did you say Condorus crispus? And then you described a completely different Seamoss. You know what I mean? Why do you not serve that same Seamoss to your own patients or your own guests at your healing village, your healing retreat? Like, it wouldn't be difficult for you to ship it in, you know, and especially with the sort of prices that I assume they would be charging for long-term healing. Like, one guy I know who wants to go there told me it's $250,000 for 1 year for him to go. And so at that rate, yeah, you could easily bring in a couple pounds of Condorus crispus from Maine, if that's what, like, why are they not serving that? You know? Hey, Naturelli, I hope all is well. Let me see if there's other questions here. Hey, what's up, Renford from Jamaica? I think it's so awesome that you've actually made it there to Jamaica to do your plan with the grassroots and stuff like that and helping the people there. Because I remember us talking and you saying, you know, that you were setting forth that intention to do that. So that's awesome to see that you actually manifested that and made it true for you. You know what I mean? You didn't let your fear hold you back and limit you from doing what you wanted. You know what I mean? That's awesome. I'm extremely happy for you. Yeah. So what do you guys want to talk about tonight on Seamoss? Like, I can sit there and rant all day about Dr. Sabi and the what's the word I'm looking for? The difference of what he said and what he might have meant and stuff like that. But, you know, there's more important things that we could be talking about than just like Condorus crispus, Garcilaria, blah blah blah. My view is kind of like, try them both. Try one, try other, whatever. You know what I mean? As long as you're trying Seamoss and you know, you're enjoying it, that's what it should be all about. I'm really kind of sick of this, like, East Coast, West Coast, like, feud. It's a joke. It's hilarious. It's, you know what I mean? How can you deny and how can you call something that's fake that has helped so many people? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me my Seamoss doesn't help people. I get people calling me every day. I've got like almost 300 reviews on my website. Do you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Sure, not everybody loves the Seamoss. I don't expect everybody to. You know what I mean? But to say that one Seamoss is fake and the other one is this, and, you know, I'm the only, like, person who's, I got the Seamoss you need. You don't know that. You know what I mean? You don't even know that they're serving Garcilaria at Ursula Village. Or otherwise you wouldn't be yapping your mouth like that. This is where I'm kind of like, okay, you know what I mean? I get into this kind of irritate because the Seamoss industry is huge, and there's enough market for everybody. You just gotta work it. A lot of times these guys are not working I don't know. I just feel like they're not working as hard as they could be or should be in order to expect the results that they anticipate or think. And that's what I believe causes them to sort of stoop to a level on which they feel like they have to shame another product in order for their product to stand better. Like, go do the research and find all the benefits of Condorus crispus specifically and cite that and say, this is why my product is good. You don't need to, you know what I mean, sell the other stuff. So Bold City says, not everybody loves every kind. I sell Garcilaria, Condors, and Eukinema, and have customers who strictly prefer one over the other and try them all. Totally. You know what I mean? Like, here's another example. Like, in the case of, like, marijuana and stuff, you look at this. Indica is considered the strongest weed. It's got the highest THC. It's the most potent. It's the stuff that knocks you out. You know what I mean? Yet for all, there are hundreds of, or not hundreds, but there's like a large percentage of people that don't want that stuff, that doesn't like it. Do you know what I mean? Like, does that mean it's good? Does that mean it's bad? Like, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's your personal preference. Do you know what I mean? And it's maybe the benefits and the features. But from most of my studies, most of the research shows that they all have almost similar benefits. Condorus crispus and Garcilaria. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just don't understand why they don't they just don't let the product stand on their own. Because, you know, the reality is, if I wanted to be like mean-spirited, I could go and pull up fucking data upon data that shows people how getting the Seamoss from the wild environment is the worst thing. But you don't see me coming out and saying, don't buy wildcrafted, only buy from sustainable source, this, and that. You know, you want to buy wildcrafted, but don't come and say wildcraft is better unless you have proof, which you don't. And most people's like argument is that the Seamoss gets the nutrients from the rock, and it can't. So it's the environment that matters. That's why there's particular areas where they're just known for good. It's the environment that matters, and the people that are dealing with the processing, the drying of the Seamoss. You know, how they clean the Seamoss and dries the Seamoss is critical to the quality of it and how it looks like when it comes out. You know what I mean? That being also water conditions, water temperature. You know what I mean? Yeah. I see this guy mentioned Dr. Sebi's son. That guy, you got to question someone who consistently like changes his name, his login. That guy's had like 30 different logins since I've been in business. I don't understand. Every time you know what I mean? Like, what is up with that? You know what I mean? Like, why would you have to, you know, anyways. I have a personal sort of vendetta against Victor. I don't like the guy. I've never liked the guy. I don't know. Maybe one day I might like him, but to me, the experience and interaction that I had has made me feel like he is someone that doesn't deserve to be in this space. He's very sort of like capitalistic and he cares more about the business for himself than helping others. I don't see him helping anybody but himself, unfortunately. So sorry. Let me move on before I start digging a deeper hole for myself as I talk shit about other people. But yeah, I don't appreciate people calling me gay. That's for sure. And that's what Victor did. And I thought it was very disrespectful. And I thought it was very immature. You don't bring me on your live stream to have a debate and a discussion about Seamoss. And when you can't win an argument, when I'm sort of like towering you, bearing you with knowledge about Seamoss that you're not applicable, like you don't know, you don't turn around and call a guy a name like that. I just, you know, so to me, it's like, it's hard. I don't know. Until he apologizes to me, I doubt I would have any respect for that guy. He's immature. He needs to grow up. That being said, I've been messing around with TikTok for the last few weeks, trying to kind of figure out the algorithm and that. And I think today, one of my first TikToks went viral. And so I'm pretty kind of shocked about it. I kind of just threw up a bunch of clips with a song. And today I'm looking around, I'm getting all these comments, all these likes, follow backs. And I went from literally having 300 followers this afternoon, 300 and like say 70. I now have 560. And oh wow, the video went 10K. So 10K in an afternoon. So I think that's viral status. I don't know. But let's see what happens. I'm gonna start. This is how I get you. You know what I mean? It's like I'm already ready. I'm like, I'm gonna start making more TikToks and just throwing up some random clips with some tunes behind it and see what happens. But I'm really happy because one of my goals is really to. I need to get to 1,000 followers because I want to start live streaming on TikTok. And I think that if I start doing live streaming on TikTok, I'm gonna hit a very good audience. And so it's going to be pretty cool. And so I'm looking forward to that. I'm surprised there's not more people doing live streams on TikTok. And I think that if you have 1,000 followers or more, you should be really utilizing that opportunity to get in touch with your audience. Because I've been like sort of messing around on TikTok, playing around, trying to figure things out. And one of the things I've realized is there's tons of garbage on that thing. And people watch like the most weirdest things. You know what I mean? Like they'll have a guy making frozen ice cream on the thing, whatever, and like 3,000 people are sitting there watching them, you know, or guys cut hair, a barbershop, and there's 2,000 people watching this guy cut barbershop. So I don't know. I feel like, you know, if someone's interested in talking about Seamoss and hearing about business and about life and stuff, they might want to be curious about it and tune in. And, you know, it seems like a lot of the people on TikTok are very engaging when they're in that stuff because it's all new and shit. So that's, you know, my goal, my experiment. I'm excited that, you know, I'm shocked that this video went viral. I thought I was like shadow banned for the longest time because like every time I made a video, you know, it would never score high. And this is the joke, right? Now I think about it. Like all those other videos, I would sit there and, you know, take my time and figure it out. And, oh, you know, does this make a good video? You know what I mean? And it never hit off. So I'm like, fuck. This, I just kind of like boom, boom, boom. I hit the auto sync so that they could sync it to the music, and I left it at that, and it worked. So sometimes, like, you just got to throw the ball and see where it lands. You know what I mean? Sometimes you planning and trying to figure out the trajectory and, you know, how hard of the velocity. It's like you spend all that time and you still don't make the shot. You know what I mean? So just shoot the shot, and if you get it, then you get it, and if you don't, you know where to adjust. You know, and that's kind of what I did. I just kind of kept fooling around and adjusting with it, and not being afraid to kind of make mistakes. It's just more like, oh, well, that didn't work. Well, that didn't work. Okay, that, you know, it's like Thomas Edison. The guy had to try 1,000 times to, you know, to figure out what didn't work, so he knew what would work. You know what I mean? So that is sort of the that's what sort of happened with TikTok. So yeah, I'm excited. And another thing I'm excited for, I haven't told too many people, is I'm going to be going to St. Lucia. Hey, what's up, X? Thank you for, you know, he says, good night, King, motivation Sundays. Yes, I think every day is a good day to have motivation, you know what I mean? And you got to kind of like, I don't know, be doing what you can to not only motivate others, but motivate yourself. I find even when you try to motivate others, you develop that motivation within yourself, you know? So, yeah. Yes, definitely love and respect. And let me know if you have any questions or if there's anything you want to talk, like whether it's Seamoss or business related. And, you know, I'm a pretty open book. I've actually been spending a lot of time in the last couple of weeks getting on Facebook ads. So you guys are going to see a lot of my ads pumping out soon on Facebook. I've been doing a lot of strategies where I find I'm getting a lot of good impressions for a low cost per click. And that ultimately is what you want to get, because the cheaper you can send people to your website, the better, you know. And if you can get the price low enough, even if the quality of the person is not that good, because the price is low enough, you can increase the frequency without having to spend as much money. That's what I find when I do a lot of these advertising and I try to go for the cheap stuff. It's like I may get a lot of duds, but in the end, I still end up paying less overall than if I were to pay, say, $1 a click or 75 cents a click, you know, or $2 a click. Whereas sometimes you can see that happening in the ads. You know, it really comes down to understanding and developing your audiences, because your audiences is where you are going to target most of your ads. And that's another thing, like a trick that I learned that I applied this time that I didn't have last time, is that most of the ads that I'm running, I've ran them with an exception where I created a list of an audience of basically people that have bought in the last 30 days. So if you made a purchase on my website in 30 days, then I'm not sending you an ad. You know what I mean? And in fact, now that I think about it, I should look at some sites, some ads I shouldn't be running. I'm going to go back there. Some of them I shouldn't even be running if you visited the site. Because if you haven't visited the site, if you visited the site, you already know who I am. And I kind of don't want to send you more ads. So I should create some of them where it's kind of like, okay, these particular ads, because of the way they're contextualized or, you know, positioned, I'm going to only send them to people that have never seen my site before. Once you've seen my site, you know my site exists. You know what I mean? You're probably going to put me in sort of like the top 5 of whoever you're shopping around for. You know what I mean? I check the competitor sites. I check all mine. So I understand the prices. I understand the information I'm putting on the site. My reviews are top notch. The quality of the Seamoss is ill. So it's kind of like when you see it, you know, as long as you're not turned off by some of the graphics on my site and stuff, some of the photos, you're going to make a purchase. What is the head count on your target audience? I had it down to 510 by adding more filters, a lot of views, but only 2 sales. So you don't really want to have your audience down to 510 unless you're doing specific sort of like local niche marketing. You know what I mean? You typically want to send it to like a couple thousand people, or you want your audience like large. What happens is that as the audience is, even though the audience is large, as long as you somewhat target it or you put sort of conditions on it, Facebook will be able to go in and analyze it and make sure that they're streaming to people that are more interested in the products that you're offering. They're pretty good at sort of honing in on the algorithm, but they need a wide variety of people in order to see who's clicking on what to understand that stuff. And you also want to like create audiences based on people that have already made purchases on your website. So if you can get a customer list, then you take that customer list and import it into the Facebook audience manager and create an audience based on that, and then run lookalike audiences based on that. That's a good question. Is it more productive to run the ad longer or to show it to more people? I think it's better to test the ad first. So run the ad in a way that you're testing it with a limited budget and a wide audience. Facebook will then sort of figure out who's best likely to kind of convert on your site. When you start seeing that in there, and then you start getting these, you'll start registering what's called a ROAS, which is stands for return on ad dollars or return on ad spend. And you'll start getting that, or you'll get like a cost per purchase. Once you kind of figure that number out, then you know how much the ad costs before someone makes a purchase. And when you've got it at, when you see that the ad is at a good number, you scale it up and you just throw lots of money at it, right? Facebook will then increase it and start pushing it out to more people, and you'll see the conversions go up. And so I've gotten ads where it's kind of like, okay, I'm getting, say $10, $15 per purchase on a $100 average sale. You know what I mean? That's great on an ad. And then I start ramping that up, like where I will then throw more of the budget. So I'll spend $200 a day on that ad. And so then that ad, in theory, based on $200 a day, will run my sales up to somewhere between $1,000 to $1,500. Now, it doesn't happen every day, every time, but it will, like, usually after 6 to 7 days, you start seeing the rolling effect of what happens after the advertising is playing. Because what I've noticed in a lot of the traffic that I get, people don't come and make an impulse buy. People will look at your site and then return after a few days, and then they'll make the purchase. Like I said, they shop around, they go and see who's this price, that price, and then they'll come back and convert. That's what I've noticed when I've looked at the conversions. Exled here said, what about blogging on WordPress? Is that useful? Yes, I find that the blogging on WordPress would be useful in the situations where you want to drive interest to your site, but also have better SEO by linking the WordPress. But by having these blogs, people are searching all the time for new information. I get people like messaging me all the time with the expectation of me having all this detailed facts on Seamoss. And yeah, maybe I should. But that just shows me that if you were to create articles for it, it would gather traction and interest. And then that would drive people to, to be interested in your products. And so one thing that I would do if I was a good writer, which I kind of am, but I don't spend a lot of time doing it, is I would start writing some articles and I would put them on any sort of health website, forum, groups, or areas where they would allow contributors to share their sort of stories or opinions and stuff. And I would share the idea of Seamoss. I think that's even one area that I don't know a lot of people are fully utilizing. Like, there are so many groups besides Facebook groups where people are looking for interest in health and vegan and stuff like that. There's stuff like Reddit. There's stuff like Yahoo groups, still popular. You know what I mean? I think Google has groups, although I don't know who uses them still. But, how do I say it? If I was getting into marketing, well, I actually am in marketing, and now that I think about it, I should actually practice what I'm about to preach right now. And that is, I would sit down and put a list together and brainstorm all the possibilities, and then use Google to help me, but sort of list out all the possible places where I'm allowed to speak or share or contribute information in my sort of target market, my health people, like, someone like, say, vegan groups, or people that are into the alkaline lifestyle and stuff like that, and sort of just just brainstorm, make a list of all the places where people are sharing information. Are there Reddit groups? Are this groups? I don't know, like, is there an like, how much people are following it on Twitter? You know what I mean? Is there a lot of talk about Seamoss on Twitter? I don't know. I think Pinterest might be something too that people could utilize and find new business in, and then you can go there and just kind of share your story or share what you're doing, and if it's in a space where not a lot of other people are doing it, you're going to stand out like a sore thumb, and people are going to ask questions, as long as you do it in like the Gary V jab kind of thing, and don't ask for the right hook. You know what I mean? They will bring the right hook. You just kind of, tell people, this is what I have, or this is the information that I know about this product. This is why I think it's good for you. This is why people are talking about it, this and that. And then people are going to say, hey, well, do you know where to get it? And then that's when you can say, yeah. You don't even need to say, hey, if you guys need it, don't even bother with that. Just get the information out there and get yourself aware. People aware of you even existing, But, yeah, so that's what I would do on blogging. Like, I would get on Medium, especially. I wonder if there are people right now writing articles on Medium to talk about Seamoss, because that's got a huge following on there. And then I wonder what other sites are like Medium that you can get on. You know what I mean? Because there's all these other sort of wannabe sites, or sites that are it's like Google and Bing. You know what I mean? Like there's probably thousands of people on Bing that we don't even know about, because most people are on Google. But that doesn't mean that you ignore Bing. You know what I mean? So, because even I get some traffic from Bing people. And I was thinking about the other day, I was like, you know what? I probably could optimize my shit better. I should check to see what sort of SEO stuff I have on Bing and stuff, because, if I can, if there's not a lot of competition in the space, I might be able to get better optimization. And if someone just happens to be, searching on there, they're going to find me easier, because I took that time to pay attention to the little guys, I guess, so to speak. But I'm curious to see right now what my let's see what's up the Starlaw. I could pull up my Facebook my ad manager and show some people, if you guys want to come on YouTube. So it looks like I spent $100 today, and for that I got 83 clicks out of that 100. So that's okay, but not too okay. You know what I mean? That's a little bit more than $1 a click. Some of these are paying more than $1 a click. Some of them I'm paying less. This one I'm paying even what is it? Probably works out to 20 cents a link click. Some of them I'm paying $2. So what I'm gonna do, because these ones, all of them are small daily amounts, and collectively, I've spent $100. So after a few days, I'm gonna look at the stats of what ads are really performing and what ones aren't, and then I'm gonna turn off all the ones that sort of aren't really performing, and then I'm gonna go and dive in deeper and look at the ones that are performing, and find out what it is that is making them perform better than the ads that weren't. And so I'm just going to throw up my ad manager to show you guys quickly sort of what my clicks are there. And so I kind of have this set up. These are all my ad campaigns that I'm running right now. And this is why I tell you, you're going to see a lot of ads. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, that's not a good number. So I've got about 13 ads running, 13 ad campaigns. And then out of that, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I have about 24 different ad sets within these different campaigns that I'm doing. And the campaigns are for various different things. Some of them for traffics. A lot of them are for, some of them are for landing view. Like here's one here for my cold audience reach. You know what I mean? And so you'll see the cold audience reach. I'm doing it's a $20 budget today. This one I'm getting just Canada only, and then I'm only doing it in, well, actually it's Canada and United States. So I'm doing various states, like I'm not doing, America wide, and then I'm doing different cities in Canada. And then I have a bunch of different audiences that I've created. But I think I might even go back in here and start splitting a lot of these different audiences into their own sort of subset or their own ad groups. Hey, what's up, Sean?
What's up?
Not much. Just showing everybody my my ads on Instagram and how I use the ad manager to do the ads and stuff and do my advertising. So even here, when you're optimizing for the delivery, I do, like for landing view, I'm trying to do less than a dollar per click. And then I'll show you guys my ads. And so this is the one, this is the cold audience ad. This basically just shows us in the water, the Seamoss. I figure this looks really kind of fancy and, professional and stuff. And then I got different variations of it, to hit in the different spots. And then I set this up on single video with a dynamic experience. And then I put different, actually, no, I don't have it on this ad. But usually I'll put different text things like descriptions and stuff. But this one I have it pretty simple. And this is just to get your interest, to be like, oh, what's this? Oh, Seamoss? Okay. And if you're interested in Seamoss, you're going to click that ad. And you're going to try and get more information. And that's going to cause you to visit my website. And then I get you on the Pixel. And then, I push more audience stuff to it. So that's one of the things that I'm doing there. It says, are your ads linked to Facebook Marketplace or your website? I have a Facebook store, but it's not great. So far, thinking of linking my Square store instead. So I think I have a Facebook store, although I don't really use it. I think it's all interconnected with my Shopify store. So the Facebook Marketplace store, whatever I have there, I can push products into ads using the Facebook audience and stuff. And so even in here, I'll show you some ads that I have. Hey, Ricky, you should come on the YouTube or the thing, because I'm showing everybody my my Facebook advertising. We were talking about ads, but I want to sit down and like give him all the real juice. So these are all.
Where are you showing your pictures at? On Facebook or?
I have it on Facebook and YouTube. I can't really show it on Instagram because there's no way to connect the video together. Although I'll show them a bit. So these are the different ads. Some of them are in review. That's why some of these ads aren't running too hot. And some of them are in this learning limited. One of the things I've realized is that while Facebook wants you to spend more money on these learning limited and stuff, sometimes keeping it in the learning limited is okay. As long as it's getting sort of returns and results and it's sending traffic to your site, that's what's important. you know. And so, because they will try to, you know, send you everywhere. But see, for me, there's a link click. That's one link here, 17 cents. This is an ad that I like. You know what I mean? This means it's like highly converted, because the less I have to show them the ad before they got a click, the better. This one, it's not so much. I had to spend $9 before I got 6 clicks. You know, even this one, you know, 11 clicks out of $22. Now, at the same time, I have to wait and see a little bit, because even though I'm getting a high cost per click in this, if I'm getting, you know, from this people actually making like large purchases, then it just means that this is a better quality audience, and that's why it's costing more money, you know. So I'll give you, and so that's sort of what I've spent to get this many clicks. And I mean, this is in the beginning, so I feel like it's going to get better over time. Plus, I'm going to turn some of these ads off that are underperforming, like I said. But if you want to like go back to say like my maximum, and I feel this is the best way so you understand what I'm talking about here. So I'm going to focus on this thing called ROAS right here. And so some of my ads, I was getting 7.9 ROAS or 6.53 ROAS or 6 point. So that means for every dollar I spent, I would get $7 on that ad. You know what I mean? And so, and for example, that same ad that was giving the 7 ROAS, it was costing me $14 for someone to make a purchase. Whereas this similar ad, which is sort of retarget, actually cost me $28. Now I got to look and see what was the difference between this ad and this ad, and why did this ad produce a better result. As I do this more times, I get to understand. Like here, this one was $79 per purchase. That's like, ugh, you know what I mean? That's probably the cost of almost my order, you know? This one here, I don't even know why I'm running this one. It was $113, $200 per purchase. But sometimes even when you first start these ads out in the beginning, they will rank high and then they'll come down, you know? But the idea is to get low cost per purchase on them. And so that way you're spending less money on the ad. But like I said, this one ad at the top, I got to go back and look at it. Like, I love that 7.9 ROAS. That means if I spent $1,000 on advertising, I would get $7,000 in sales. Right? And so that might to some be like, oh, that's not a lot. But at the same time, you got to think that if you're good and you know what you're doing, those $7,000 in sales can become repeat sales. Like even with us, I think our, what is it called? Our average customer order repeat rate or whatever, I think it's like 25 or 30%. Which, you know, I think is pretty respectable. And we'd like to get it higher, but, you know, to have, 20% of your customers return and buy more orders, it just means that you're saving over time 20% of that advertising budget. Like you're getting that back. You don't have to spend that much to get that same people. And if you ramp it up and scale it up fast enough, this stuff will compound, and so you'll have more. You'll have a stronger customer base, like more sales. This is how you scale. You know. And so, let me know if any of you guys have any questions. I know I kind of just rambled and ranted along a lot just now, but I don't know. I thought it was good information for people to know, because I feel too many times people are what the hell is this mouse? Too many times people are just jumping into the advertising, and they're doing the what do they call it? The boost to post thing, and they're not understanding like the sort of like science behind creating these audiences, which are there. You have the data, you have the numbers, you know what I mean? This stuff is all coming from activities on not only my website, but my Facebook group. And I even think some of the other groups like the Seamoss, like I know my page, the Seamoss Buyer, Royal St. Lucian Seamoss, but I even think the Seamoss Buyers Club, I'm able to tap into the data from that. Although I don't think I would, just because most of those people on there, they're more sellers than there are buyers on there. There's a lot of people trying to sell Seamoss on that group, so which is fine. You know what I mean? It's great. I think it's a good platform, especially for networking stuff. I'd love to see if there's a way to create some kind of like Seamoss clearinghouse or Seamoss like terminal, where all these guys can just ship their stuff, and there'll be like sort of like a group of people that kind of like you just like you can come in and purchase the Seamoss and get it like sent to you easier than having to deal with shipping it from these various countries. Like imagine in North America, you could get easily because there's guys shipping Seamoss from Africa all the time. But imagine all the Africans shipped it to this one place, and you could get it like the next day or whatever. And you dealt with a representative that was based in North America, and you paid him by your credit card or whatever. Everything was sort of up on the board, and you know, you could verify the Seamoss, and if there's a problem, you can return it and get your money back and stuff like that. A lot of times in these other countries, even if they wanted to offer that service, it's just not economically feasible. It just realistically does not make sense. And so most of these guys, if not all of them, are genuinely honest. You know what I mean? But what happens is they get put into these positions where in order to stay in business, they have to do things that people may not agree with. You know what I mean? Or you know, like, I don't have proof of this, but I suspect that a lot of times when people are complaining and crying about like, well, I didn't get my tracking information, or they were late because of this, or they're giving you the runaround, it's usually because they're probably trying to put all their orders together and go see the guy at one time and say they're about to leave and go to the town to get the thing done, and they get a new order just as they're leaving. What are they going to call you and say, oh yeah, you know what, I got more business, and in order to make this all work and profitable for me, I had to kind of like put your shit behind so that I can pull all this stuff together? No, they're scared to tell you that, but that's sometimes the truth. You know what I mean? And so they need to cut costs and save money everywhere they can, because they're constantly being hammered by the buyers to say lower price, lower this, better service. Like, you guys, honestly, for the most part, it's crazy. But like, a lot of people expect Amazon service, and you know what I mean? These guys aren't Amazon. Like, you can't provide that level of quality. Like, no one can. You know what I mean? It's so difficult, and you couldn't do it at a rock bottom price. You know what I mean? And so we need to start thinking about that. You know, I was thinking about this earlier today. Like, honestly, I have about 10 or 20 sort of big buyers, and these guys, they're not, for the most part, they're not worried about the price that they're paying. As long as they can make money on what they're doing and the quality is good and they can get it in a fast time, that's really what they care about. You know what I mean? And so that's what I kind of like. I can't even remember what the point of me saying that. I guess it's just like, you got to know your market eventually. I wouldn't be mad about hearing that. I respect transparency versus no communication and wondering. I agree. Oh, I think that was probably too one of the things is that these guys that I work with that are sort of buying sort of like my sort of VIP kind of clients, they care more about just the transparency, the communication, the ability for me to solve the problem if there's a problem and stuff like that, and just my speed to get the Seamoss out there. You know what I mean? And a lot of these people, they're just not in the same position as me, mainly because their product is not here and they have to deal with all the shipping logistics to get into another country, which is, it's not easy. I deal with it like every week. You know what I mean? That's probably like some of the toughest part of this job, and why we buy so much inventory is to make sure that we always have Seamoss and that we're not caught up in some of these glitches and issues. Like last week, or I think it was the week before, the shipping company we use, just didn't ship. Like we had it there, we had it loaded up on the plane, ready to go. It was supposed to leave Tuesday. Nah, it didn't leave. Okay. Or is it gonna leave soon? Maybe it'll come next week. Like next week, like I needed that last week, and so you deal with those challenges. You know what I mean? That's why we keep so much stock. It's not easy. Hey, what's up, Yusuf? How's it going, bro?
Good, man. Sorry, trying to make it to my destination before I fall asleep.
Oh, wow. How many hours have you been on the road?
I just started driving at like 6 o'clock, but I stopped driving because I started driving 12 o'clock in the morning. I stopped at 7 in the morning. Because I left North Carolina, made it past Atlanta, and I stopped. Done my 10-hour break, then got up and started driving at 6 in the evening. So I'm super tired right now.
Nice. And then, where did you say you were going? I missed it. I think you told me. I forget.
I'm going to deliver in Pearl River, Louisiana.
Oh.
Yeah, that's like, I only got 130 miles to go.
So that's like what, 2 hours or 3 hours?
2 hours.
Yeah. Because you guys travel like what, 100 miles an hour or 80?
No, the longest we can go is, the fastest we can go is 65.
Oh, really?
Not every company, but our company is governed because they known to have a lot of accidents because they do a lot of things to do and stuff. So when they have accidents, the state or the state troopers, they have to regulate them and make sure they go a certain speed at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Because there used to be the fastest trucks out here until they started getting the accidents.
Do you get pulled over a lot, or?
My assholes.
Huh? By assholes?
Yeah, they're assholes. They'll pull you for nothing.
I was just wondering, because I was like thinking, like, not that I'm in the drug business, but it's kind of like you see these guys in these like cross-border like things where the guy's like driving a rental car across. I'm just thinking, like, why wouldn't you just slap it to the underneath a truck? And like, unless I had
they
to.
Do that too.
Yeah.
They do that too. They check, but if you getting around the patrols because we got to go through X-ray machines now. They X-ray the whole truck. And they have dogs, but if you can get around, then you working with them. Like you're working with the the troopers working with him. There's no way in hell you can get around that type of stuff unless you really have connections. Like
Yeah.
That shit's impossible.
Because they're always stopping somebody.
Yeah, and even if you try to take the back roads, they be waiting on the back roads for you. Like, you thought you was gonna pass us up. They be waiting on the back roads too.
Yeah, those would be the worst almost to take. That's like bait right there. Like, why are you taking this back road? Everybody's taking the thing.
Yeah.
But
I got pulled over.
I don't know. I was always curious about that stuff. You know what I mean? Not that I would ever need to do it. You know what I mean? I found my new drug of choice as Seamoss. So, yeah. Hey, what's up?
I've been checking out a company down there called HydroCam. I think that's what it's called, HydroCam or Hydro. It's something, but they sell like these pressure washing machines that it's like heated pressure washer machine that like has Honda motors on it. That's the generator for it. I was looking for those. I know it's a company in Canada. I found the website, but I can't find prices on it. I was trying to buy a pressure washer trailer today, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, because you had a business idea to do that, right? To do the mobile pressure washing system or something like that. That would be awesome. I think that would work out really good. Yeah.
I'm looking for them, but like something like that, man, that's like $20,000.
So.
From what I was looking for.
So,
Like,
how much can you charge each truck when you wash it?
You can charge them up to like 36 all the way to like 180, depending on what's in the back of the truck.
Yeah, so 100.
You can make money. You can make money. You can make like $3,000 a week on a date, not a week, a date. I mean, but some of the machines right now is high price. So one company will charge me $12,000, another company will try to charge me $25,000 or $30,000. So like I was just looking around because I'd rather get it directly from the people who make it. Because I'll put it together myself. But like a lot of companies are super high right now.
Nice. So what's up? Is it Asa? I keep like I'm the worst at butchering names.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's Asa.
Asa. How's it going?
Pretty good, yourself?
Not bad. I'm chilling. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm getting ready to go to St. Lucia, or starting to get ready. I'm a little,
Oh yeah.
like I'm like excited but nervous all at the same time. So.
Like you gotta prepare, like to leave, and you got your business and all kind of little things that come up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like get all that together, and
But once you get there, you'll probably feel a little stress lifted off your shoulders.
Yeah, no, it will be. It'll be nice. It's been 2 years since like I've had any kind of vacation or any sort of break from the business, like for the most part, because I didn't really go anywhere because of COVID and everything. So this will be the first time, but it's gonna be pretty interesting because like I kind of realized like fuck, I can be doing like live streams all the time. I can be setting up like hanging out with like different farmers and meeting them. I'm gonna go and do the water. I already bought a drone, so I'm gonna do a lot of drone footage. I think I gotta trying to see if I can get a new laptop before I go down there, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy.
What's process if like you were to sell some of that footage, like if I could use clips of it for like Instagram or something like that to like show where my product comes from.
Oh, I give away that stuff for free. Just give me a shout. I'll send you a link of some of the stuff that I already have. And then when I come back from this trip, what I'll probably do is put aside like an album and make like an online album available where people could download the clips themselves to use for their own sort of documentation, their own content and shit.
Okay, yeah, that'd be dope. Cause I know like, I got my I don't know if you heard that, but I got Waves on right now. That's
all right. But you know what? If you buy from Matthew and those guys, right? They can send you lots of content. They do stuff all the time where they're filming from. They have like the drying tables right there. He's always diving for the Seamoss. So yeah. Like, you can still get it from me. I'm not saying not, but I'm just saying that those guys can even give you some custom stuff,
Right. And I need to set up like a Zoom call with them so I can get like formally acquainted. Because I message them here and there, and they're always pretty prompt and very open and stuff. But I haven't like formally
speak of the devil.
popped in.
Yes. So Janine, he was just saying that she was just saying that they haven't had a chance to meet you in person. So they were talking about setting up a Zoom call with you. I don't know if I invited her to speak. Hopefully she'll come up.
Probably getting settled or something.
Yeah. So this is Matthew's wife. One of the owners of St. Lucian Premium Seamoss.
Yeah, I believe she's the one that messages me more on like WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, and I mentioned I got some soaps from them and just started selling them, and everybody loves the soaps that they've got. One thing that I like that stands it out is a lot of people that make like handmade soaps kind of overdo like the essential oils and fragrances, and they kind of kept people with sensitive skin in mind. And so I can pretty much sell them to anybody with whatever type of. Plus, the Seamoss is good for any type of skin, pretty much. So on top of that. But yeah, I meant to message them and let them know everybody loves the soap so far.
Yes. Well, here you guys, Janine.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. How's it going?
Oh, this is actually my very first time on Clubhouse, so
welcome.
Thank you. Hi.
So, well, it's just funny that the universe pulled you into the call because we were literally just talking about you. Like, literally.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing because I was actually in bed and I couldn't sleep. So I got up and I said, let me check out Clubhouse, and I'm just hearing Julien mentioning my name. I don't know, that was really strange.
Yeah. Well, no, how your name came up is because Asa buys from you, and I was mentioning because they asked me if I could provide any content. I'm like, well, these guys have a lot of content already, and you could probably get something custom. You know what I mean? And so to reach out with you, and you know what I mean, because you guys are pretty knowledgeable and experienced on Seamoss, and you're always willing to share that information to help your buyers grow and stuff. So yeah.
Definitely. And Asa, I think there is some information that I need to get to you. Yes, there are some things that I have to message you. I've just been a little bit busy, but we'll get it to you shortly.
No worries. I'm not in any type of
rush. Okay.
That's what I kind of like about the Seamoss business is no matter what, I'm gonna still make some money as I go.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. soaps are doing well as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, everybody loves your Seamoss. Everybody loves the soaps. I was just telling them that I hadn't really messaged you guys. I just started selling the soaps the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
And I've sold about half of them so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I have another event coming up this weekend, so I'm hoping to possibly sell the rest of them so I can get some more.
Okay, that's awesome. Cool.
Yeah. But I told him, I was like, I need to set up like a formal like Zoom call or a video call to like formally meet you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because I had Clubhouse for like a year on my phone, like the app, and I never got on it. But I guess when I first downloaded it, I added the Seamoss group, but I never tuned in. The notifications always popped up on my phone, so I finally recently started chiming in, and come to find out, Julien is good friends with you guys, and I just thought that was pretty cool.
Yes.
Hey, Essa, you know what? Another thing that I remembered is that Janine and them have a guest house. And so if you ever wanted to do a Seamoss tour down there, that's a perfect person to sort of reach out to. And maybe that's something you can plan in the future where you can get your own custom content directly, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yes. And they mentioned having Airbnb properties, so I did want to plan to make some kind of trip where everybody makes some good money, where it's kind of like a business trip. We can all write it off.
Mm-hmm.
And, I can bring out some other people, maybe other people that are Seamoss folks, and make it a business vacation.
Yeah. No, it's like an educational retreat. Listen, her husband knows so much about Seamoss. You guys it would be, how do I say it, more than worth the money spent. You know what I mean? There's I don't know. There's no price that you can really put on the experience about being able to see the Seamoss and touch it firsthand, and to see how it grows in the environment, and just to see how it's alive and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. So you can go back and tell your customers, with first-hand information. Now, yes, we do the Seamoss tours. Prior to COVID, we had a few of them. And, of course, we stopped with COVID, and the requirement for entering St. Lucia was very difficult for a while. So while we had a number of people contacting us, they couldn't come because you had to quarantine for 14 days, etc., etc. But that's no longer the case. So we will be starting it up again, and it will be easier for people to come now.
Right, and I want to say that, I don't know if it's still like that now, but I want to say they wanted you to be vaccinated to even come back to the States. So, like, some places, leaving, you can go there just with a test, but coming back, it was a little bit more difficult.
Yes, exactly. So it made all of that, of course, a lot more difficult to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all right. Everybody's gonna keep going and flourishing and everything. And I have another vendor event this weekend. It's a Mother's Day type thing that this company is doing. They're a nonprofit organization, and it's gonna be like more informative, but they're gonna have a few vendors, including myself. So trying out some different recipes for drinks to sell. I've been selling a lot of the drinks. This one guy already had a Seamoss person here in Sacramento, and I guess she was busy this week, so he was referred to me. So I now actually have a new customer. As soon as he took some of the Seamoss, I made him some gel. And I made him a couple of cold pressed juices. One's like pineapple, blood orange, and regular orange. And the other one, it kind of tastes like high C, where it's just orange and grapefruit. And I was like, that's dope. It's just a natural, like, really really good tasting juice. So really simple to make, but it tastes like things that people grow up on, like high C. But it's healthy for you. And he said as soon as he had the Seamoss, he felt so much better and stuff. And so he's gonna be buying a lot more this coming week. So I've had a few different Seamosses from other people, and I had good reviews, but the reviews I get from selling your product is by far the greatest that I've ever had. So it's really good, and I love it myself too.
Okay, that's awesome. Really good. Well, I mean, St. Lucia has the best Seamoss, so our quality is definitely superior.
Yeah, it's a little but it's not even just like having a good area. It's also having, like I was saying this earlier in the show, is that the quality of the water and the person processing or drying the Seamoss is way more important than whether or not you got it from a rock. Because I could take it from a rock and treat it like crap. Whereas I know you guys at Premium Seamoss or Piton Moss, you care about that Seamoss. You guys are studying this stuff. Matthew is almost like borderline Seamoss scientist. You know what I mean?
Because Matthew does extensive reading. He has books about Seamoss. He has spoken to a prominent researcher in the field of Seamoss. So, he's very knowledgeable. Definitely.
Yeah, and so this is what I'm saying. And so when you care about that, to know the Seamoss, to understand it, like you're not just about selling it. You're about selling a good quality. It shines in those products.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I say you get this stuff. People see the difference than buying it from someone else. And it's not because it came from a rock. It's because this person cared about cleaning the Seamoss. Now, I know you guys died for your Seamoss. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But, sorry, I want to make that clear, because I know the way I'm talking, it might insinuate that you guys don't, but I know that you guys died for it. But honestly, and I'm sure you could agree, the Seamoss that's died for and the Seamoss that's farmed, it's identical.
It is identical, absolutely, Julien, because a lot of what happens is actually the Seamoss breaks off from the ones that are grown, sustainably ocean farmed, right? That's how you call it. And that is actually a very superior quality Seamoss. And what happens is that you find that it's a home for a lot of the tiny fish and crustaceans and so on, find a home in there. And it protects the marine life and so on, and fosters growth and what have you, instead of breeding destruction, because that is what the taking the Seamoss off the rocks has done. It will actually affect the marine life, and there are long-term consequences for that, and you deplete the natural, the Seamoss and affect the fish and the crustaceans and all of that. But having the farms, and there is nothing wrong with the farms. I know people have been miseducated much, as you know, Julien.
Yep.
But the thing is that it is sustainably grown. There is nothing artificial about it. All that happens is that there are, lines put from one end of a farm to another, and then you basically just attach the wild-crafted Seamoss to the lines, because that's where you get the Seamoss in the first place. They would get it from the seabed or from the rock or whatever, plants, and then they would just attach it to the root, and it grows naturally, and it gets its nutrients from the ocean, from the sea, because really and truly, Seamoss cannot get nutrients from rocks. How can a rock give, the Seamoss's nutrients? Seamoss, what is it? It absorbs the nutrients from the water. And there are studies out there that speak about that, And the Seamoss would flourish and grow in a natural environment. Nobody does anything to it. So it's very natural, it's very organic when you get it from the farms. So there's no difference. And also, Julien, what happens is that the Seamoss would break off from the farms a lot of the time, and it would go and attach the seabed to the rock or wherever, because Seamoss just needs to attach to something for it to grow. Seamoss can attach to anything that's floating in the water. It could be a stick. It could be, any abandoned thing that's in the water. The Seamoss can just attach to that and it will grow and flourish as long as it's getting the nutrients from the water. And so it goes to attach to the seabed, and then people dive for it and they pull it out, and there's no difference between the one that's bottom, the one that's attached to the seabed. It all comes from the same place.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate you sharing that.
From you guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was the ones talking. Go ahead, Asa.
Oh, I was just saying, I think you guys did a video probably a year or two ago, and I remember you guys saying something about Seamoss regenerates itself. And so I thought that was interesting to know. And so everything you just said, it makes complete sense, especially when you talk about it being able to grow after it's broken off and just I didn't know I need to attach to anything, but the science of all this is super interesting. The naturalness of everything.
Yes, and I'm going to be down there soon, Janine.
Cool.
Coming in June. I haven't bought my ticket yet, but my family has, so I better hurry up because they said they're going without me. But I'm gonna spend 2 weeks in the north, so we're gonna be staying at the Windjammer, and because my wife is very bougie, right? So she.
I didn't even know you were married, Julien.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I've married a long time.
Okay.
And so so the wife and the kids are gonna be there, and I'm gonna be with them for 2 weeks, and then I'm gonna go hang out in the south for 2 weeks.
Yeah, with action and so on.
Yeah. I'm gonna reconnect, and then I'm gonna see if you're gonna let me be on the farms. I might check a few guys. Like, I don't know if you know Smiley. Do you know Smiley?
No, I don't think so.
He's from Pralin. How do you guys pronounce that? Pralin?
You probably know.
Yeah. He's there. Him. There's this other guy, Boro, that I'm friends with. He's a cool guy. A bunch of different Seamoss farmers basically hanging out. Yeah. Eating fried fish, and chips. Yeah, I can't wait.
Yes, I drink some beers, of course, some pizza beers.
No pitons. I only drink Brights.
Okay.
Yes. Because it's the special. It's a good price too. But I heard the price went up. Inflation. It's like 2 for $6 now, where they used to be 2 for $5.
The price of everything has been going up actually here, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. So I'm gonna detox for maybe a week or two before I leave, and then I'm gonna go
and eat everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat and drink for 2 weeks and just be a glutton there, because the food is so good at the Windjammer. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Have you been there? Have you checked the place out ever?
Where's that? Sorry.
The Windjammer Landing.
Oh, Windjammer. Yes, I've been there actually. I've been to Windjammer. The food is amazing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. So that's where I'm excited to eat. We're gonna do the all inclusive, so that I and I'm a pig. Like, I'll order all the desserts on the menu. I get my full include, because they charge you extra for all inclusive. It's not cheap. So I get my full. I make sure I get my full money's worth.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So let's see if there's any. Oh, hey, look, Kirby's here. Kirby's on Instagram. What's up, buddy? And hey, Rio. I know you slipped in here. I didn't get a chance to say hey, what's up. So I want to say hi. And if you guys have any questions for Janine, like, these guys are, she owns Piton Moss, or also St. Lucian Premium Seamoss, which is a company that you pretty much do everything in-house. Like, Like if you want to deal with someone that's like directly from the source, these guys know, like they harvest the sea moss, they dry the sea moss, and then they ship it directly. And then you guys are also gone into some other byproducts. I've noticed that, You've gone into some beauty products and stuff.
Yes, we have.
Do you want to talk maybe about some of those products that you've gotten into? Because I think I think it's important for a lot of these people that are selling gel and stuff to expand their sort of market lineup and their offerings. You know what I mean? And so these are good ideas of, or you're someone that they can go to and possibly get. Do you do white labeling or no?
We do, yeah. We have some customers that we do white labeling for, definitely.
Cool. So tell us some of the products you're working on or that you just launched.
Okay, so what we have at the moment, we have a variety of soaps. They're made with 100% natural ingredients, so they're vegan, organic, non-toxic, So we make them with, infused with, of course, Seamoss and local botanicals from St. Lucia. So we have stuff like bay leaf soap, we have aloe vera and moringa, we have turmeric, cacao,
Mm-hmm.
How do you pronounce it? That's
cacao?
The cocoa bean itself.
Mm-hmm.
We make soap with that. What else do we have? We have a mint soap. We have a number of different varieties that we make, and they're all very moisturizing for the skin. So when you use commercial soaps, right? Most of them are very drying to the skin because they have a lot of artificial ingredients in there. So when you bathe with them, you'll notice that your skin is really kind of dry and that squeaky clean kind of feeling. It means that it has basically removed the moisture from your skin, as it would. So your skin becomes really dry. But when you bathe with these natural 100% handmade soaps with only organic ingredients and so on, it really replenishes the moisture in your skin. Mm-hmm. So you'll bathe with it and you'll come out and you'll feel that your skin is soft and moisturized. So that's the thing. And of course, it's non-toxic, so you're not adding any kind of artificial and potentially harmful ingredients into your body through your pores, because our skin is our biggest organ, and we absorb a lot of stuff through our skin. So the things that you put on your skin, if there are toxins and chemicals in there, they can get absorbed into your skin and cause health issues for you in the long run. So you're eliminating that when you use natural soaps like that. So we have the soaps, and we also have scrubs, body scrubs. So you could use it on your face and on your body. We have a base with it, and then we infuse it with Seamoss oils, and it also has Seamoss powder in there as well, and different botanicals as well. So we have a cacao one, we have a mint one, we have turmeric, we have moringa, we have a number of different ones as well. And that is really good because it's important to actually to scrub your skin actually once in a while. So you could do it like once a week. Some people do it every 2 weeks. Once a week is a good idea. So when you use those scrubs, you're basically sloughing off the dead skin cells on your skin and helping your skin to regenerate, as it were. So you're revealing your smooth skin that is buried beneath all of the dirt and the dead skin cells. Mm-hmm. So you're removing that from your skin and basically allowing your skin to breathe better and so on. So of course that helps to polish your skin and moisturize it and so on. There's oil in there, so when you come out of the shower, your skin is very moisturized as well. Okay, so that's a very important self-care routine and a way to take care of your skin. And we also have Seamoss body oils. Okay, so we make them with 100% natural virgin coconut oil that's locally made in St. Lucia. That's the base, and then we infuse it with local botanicals. So we have a bay leaf one. This one is really good, bay leaf and tea tree. It comes out green, So we make the oil. We have the oil, the virgin oil, and we infuse it with Seamoss first of all, and then we add the botanicals to there. We have lavender, rose. We have a nutmeg one that Julien. This one is really nice that we make with local nutmeg and so on. That we infuse it in there. So all of them, I mean, there are many health benefits for your skin. All of the botanicals that we include there are really good for your skin. So it nourishes your skin, moisturizes your skin, helps you to really take care of your skin. Okay, and the body oils help your skin to glow. A lot of the time people use creams and so on, but oils are very beneficial to our skin. Okay, so that's what we have right now.
Nice.
And we are working on a few other products to add.
Cool. So
how can we get in contact with you as far as if we want to do business with you?
Well, we are on Instagram. We have a page.
I think it's
Seamoss Premium Seamoss. Seamoss Premium Seamoss. Yes.
and
So
then
you can
what's your website too? Is it petalmoss.com or is it
it doesn't redirect to both of them. So petalmoss.com or SaintLuciaPremiumSeamoss.com.
Okay.
Just
Hey,
sit there.
can you put it in the text? Because I'm driving right now, but so I can't really look for it on Instagram or
But you know what? Do it, Janine. But Yusuf, if you don't get it, just reach out to me. I know them. I'll send you the contact information.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I would like to get some of the soap and scrubs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having it on the road.
Maybe they'll give you a special friends and family discount because you know. No, but they do. Oh, and that was the question I wanted to ask you because the products all sound great, and a lot of people that are listening, they're all liking the ingredients. But the method for your soap, can you share that? Are you doing like a cold press method? Are you doing a hot press method? And for the virgin, sorry, just one more question. And for the virgin coconut oil, are you making the oil yourself, or are you like how are you getting that oil?
Okay, so for the oil, we actually source them from local farmers, people who make the oil themselves in St. Lucia.
Oh, cool.
So we source it from them,
Mm-hmm.
and we infuse it with the Seamoss and the botanicals. For the soaps, we use a cold press method.
Cool.
So we make it, and it takes about 4 weeks thereabout for the soaps to cure.
Mm-hmm.
And be ready to ship out and so on.
Cool. But you have stuff already kind of made on standby if they need to order it.
We do have so that when people order, we can just send it out.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And then if you needed to, you could probably do like not designs, but like custom creations or whatever for people.
Yes, we can. If that request is made.
Yeah, of course. Here I am pushing you into areas, like giving out discounts for you, telling you stuff.
Well, we can certainly look at that.
Yeah, no, I'm only teasing. I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the hot seat. So.
Yeah.
But whoever was interested, the soaps are amazing. I use them myself, and I just started selling them. I told them the event that I first sold them at, I was selling them for $10. I was thinking about doing 12, but I think 10 is like right in the pocket of what people would want to spend, at least to get them to try it. Maybe later on I can
increase
the price. Yeah, I feel like some of my prices are going to go up once I get a website.
Yes.
But for now, just to get in customers and get my name out there, I'm keeping things where I still make a good profit, but they're still affordable, especially with inflation and everything. But for anybody interested in the soaps are great. I'm probably gonna buy some of the. I think you guys had scrubs too, and then oil stuff. Do you have a lotion?
We don't have a lotion yet. That's one of the things that we want to make. But for now, what we have are the soap, scrubs, and oils.
make some type of shampoo?
Yeah, that's something we can look at as well, yes. But we haven't gotten there yet.
I have a question. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that I actually experimented with the soap, and you can use them in your hair.
You can actually, you can. Oh yeah, one of the things we were thinking is to make a shampoo bar as well. We can make one that's specifically tailored for your hair.
So one person here on Instagram, Candy Lynn here, she's asking, with cold press, is the lye used still natural? So how are you using, where are you getting the lye from? Is it a natural lye or is it a chemical based?
Well, yeah, I mean, the lye is natural. Well, we order it from abroad and we use a natural version, but I mean, you need to use the lye to make soap. This, it kind of evaporates out a bit. That is why you allow it to cure for the period of time, for the 4 weeks and so on. And by the time you come to use it, there is hardly any lye left in it.
Yeah. Well, that's my understanding about the whole cold press method, is that the only time you usually see natural lye is when they're making like black soap. Because the black soap uses like banana peels and all this other stuff, the coconut palm and whatnot, to create that natural reaction, and it causes a lye. That's why sometimes you got to be careful, because if they don't balance the mixture right and they don't let it cure long enough, your soap can become like the soap can like acid.
Yes, it can. It actually can, damage your skin, burn your skin if it's not properly cured.
Yeah. So Bold City said, during sonification, all lye is removed from soap. Oil plus lye is the only way to produce natural soap. There are two types of lye: sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide. So what do you use, sodium or potassium?
We use sodium, I believe. Yes, sodium hydroxide. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But like you said, this is the only way, because we did a lot of research as to what was the best way to do it, and that's what we came up with. And as you just said, most of the lye is removed after it cures and what have you. So the soap is very safe to use, and you get the natural benefits from it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say it, just for the record. Bold City said it. I just read it. He typed it. I was just reading it.
Okay.
I don't want to take credit and say like, oh yeah, because I'm still learning a lot about this new soap, and I didn't even know that there was two different types of lye. I thought there was just lye was lye, but you know what I mean? That's interesting to know.
Because I think the potassium one is used for liquid soaps. If you wanted to make hand soap and shampoos and so on, you'd use the potassium chloride. But the sodium is for the solid soaps.
Yeah. And definitely you guys are using like all natural ingredients, because I'm getting some all handmade, no machine, because I don't know if anybody's checked my Instagram recently, but I posted a video of my friend who was making it seems like, is this the season for making coconut oil, or is this just like this thing that happens? Like everybody I talk to in St. Lucia is making coconut oil right now.
Really?
Yeah. Have you not noticed that, or no?
I'm not sure, but I mean, traditionally, a lot of people do make it, because there's some people make it and they sell it. It's like an income generating thing. So a lot of people do make it. But they make it. There are two ways that people make it. The older folks used to make it by boiling the coconut and so on. So it's like a kind of cooked version, but it's really good as well. But what we use, so that one wouldn't be the virgin coconut oil, but we use a virgin one which is extracted by there's no heat involved, so it's like a natural process of extracting the oil from the coconut, from the fats.
So do anybody make coconut glycerin down there?
What's coconut glycerin?
No, I don't.
It's like a byproduct. Sometimes when you make products with coconut, but it's used for extractions like the extract properties from herbs and different botanicals. But it's kind of hard to find coconut glycerin. Like I can only find like 4 ounces of coconut glycerin.
Oh wow.
Oh. Well, I've never come across it here. This is the first time I'm hearing about coconut glycerin.
Most of the time, it's a byproduct when you make when you use coconut. When you're making soap, sometimes the byproduct is glycerin.
Okay.
It's like a sweet nectar. You can eat it as well. It's like it's good for skin too. Most of the glycerin I think is made from the palm tree.
Okay. Okay.
Is that that milky stuff that comes when you're boiling it?
No, it's a clear oil type texture, like syrup, orally type of texture. I can't really explain it, but it's good for your skin and things like that. They put it in lotion, they put it in soap, they put it in shampoo. It's good to use extractions and stuff like that. But the only one I can find is like palm glycerin. That's the only one I can really find. I found some of the coconut glycerin on Amazon, but I'm not sure how clear it is.
Candy's got another.
I was just curious.
Candy has a question too. She says, "Have you come across any alternatives to mica powder and to add color, mica powder to add color to your soaps? Are clay powders the only natural colorants?"
Okay, so we only use clay powder because the mica is artificial. As much as people try to promote it as natural, it is artificial. So we don't use mica because, the mica itself is like, it comes from rocks and so on, I believe. But then they add colorants to it. So that is how, it becomes colorful and what have you. And the colors are the artificial things. So we stay away from the micas. We use natural clays. And we also use just natural botanicals. For example, moringa creates a green soap. So we add moringa to our moringa soup. And that just gives it the natural color. Turmeric also, when we add turmeric, it colors the soap yellow or an orangish kind of color. So we only use natural colorants.
You don't know of any alternatives to mica powder besides clay powders?
No, I have honestly researched it, and the only thing I've come up with is the clay powder, honestly. The clay powder and the natural powders itself, like the turmeric and what have you, will color your soap. But I don't think there are any other natural alternatives that I've come across anyway.
Y'all sell in bulk the product you sell, like the soap stuff?
Yes, we do. We do sell in bulk. We sell wholesale.
All right.
Yes.
Have you thought about making one with charcoal?
Yes, so I have actually. That should be coming out soon. That's a soap I've been planning to make. So yes, we will have a charcoal one.
Nice. There's also another one because I started. I've been looking at importing from different various companies in St. Lucia, and one of the companies I came across, I think it's called Caribbean Naturals, and they make a volcanic mud scrub.
Oh, cool. I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
Because that was something that we looked at, Julien, because we were trying to see how we could actually get some of the mud from the sulfur springs itself, and create a soap with it, because that would be very beneficial.
Amazing.
But it's actually difficult to get it. In the past, it was easy, but now they've put certain restrictions, so you can't just go there and get the mud from the sulfur springs.
No, I know. And that's where I'm surprised that these guys were able to come out with a product, because when I've always been there, years ago they would have let you, we were able to snake a ball or whatever, but now it's difficult. I think the last time I was there, maybe 2-3 years ago, we had to pay some Rasta guy, and he had to meet us like down the road with the bag after we left. Yeah, because he didn't want any of the people, the security or whoever, to see him passing the the Seamoss stuff to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but that stuff is amazing. That's one of that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to going on my trip is to go into the sulfur springs and do. I might even go a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, see if I can even drive out there in the morning and go there early. You know.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's very therapeutic and healing to the skin. It's good for acne, which is why we wanted to make a soap with it. You know, it will help to cure your acne and so on.
Well, yeah, it takes all the blemishes and stuff away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, man. She was saying that's what I'm seeing in my research as well. Thank you for confirming. So she just wanted to thank you. That was from Candy.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. So hey, Ricky, how's it been going? You've been pretty quiet there tonight. I hope all is well. You know, he might be in the middle of making powder. That's usually when he's. Oh, are you making?
What's going on?
Not much. You making powder?
Yeah, I actually had the grinder going so I can hear, but I can. You know how you can barely hear.
Nice.
How y'all doing tonight?
Good. Just listening to Janine from St. Lucian Premium Seamoss talk about her cool products, the body stuff. Hey,
oh yeah, definitely. Wonderful information as well.
Yeah, I actually had a question. Like, have you thought about making any products with castor oil, or do you have any products with castor oil?
Well, actually, all of our soaps have castor oil. That's one of the ingredients that we make it with, because we have a special mix of oils.
Oh.
Castor oil is one of the oils that's in there.
Awesome. Huge.
And we use the local black castor oil. You know that it's naturally made in St. Lucia, extracted from the castor, and it comes out black. And it's really loaded with health benefits. So that's what we use in there as well.
Nice. My dad swears by the castor oil.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Like he loves it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rick. I didn't mean to cut you off on what if you were talking. I just kind of.
Oh.
Well, maybe he's not. Maybe he's back to grinding.
No, go ahead. I'm just listening. It's nice to listen for a while.
Yeah. I know. Lots of talking. It's always good. Yeah, man. So does anybody have any questions to ask Janine? Like, while there's sort of like a lull in the conversation. It's not too often we get someone coming in here that is directly in, like, we get a lot of people that are selling Seamoss, but few of them that are based in St. Lucia. You know what I mean? Like yourself. And so I hope people can take an opportunity to ask some questions about how they operate, or I don't know, questions about the Seamoss and stuff like that. It's, yeah. Let's see. No questions? Yusuf, you don't have any questions? Rio?
No, I don't have any questions, but I'll be reaching out to her about, about the soap and different things. But I'm also going to reach out to you too once I get home. I just haven't been having any time because I've been driving overnight a lot. But I'm in the process of building a website. I want to do a little bit of drop shipping. If you all provide that.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to have some stuff on a website. Body products and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely do the drop shipping. I'm sure with Janine, she could probably do some stuff, but it is a little bit of a challenge because they're in St. Lucia. But, yeah, but your mail is pretty quick. Like, I've spoken, even Asas can agree that the shipping that he gets from you guys is, pretty reasonable. Right.
Yeah, because it takes about, on average, between 7 and 14 days for it to get to the States. Some states it would get there as quickly as 7 days, like maybe Miami and closer states. Others it would take about 14 days, but 14 days is the max, and the average is about 10 days.
Yeah, that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Coming from St. Lucia, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're pretty quick because I usually get mine within a month. I think it probably sits in customs longer than it takes them to ship it. But I usually get mine within a month, and with other sellers, Jamaica took me sometimes 3 to 6 months.
Wow.
And I don't know if it was an issue with customs or what, because she usually would mail it out right away, but for whatever reason, it would always take forever to get from her. And that was one reason I looked for another supplier. And then I also ordered 1 pound from a girl that's in the States. And at the same time that I ordered from my last shipment from you guys, and I got yours before I got hers. So the shipping has been awesome. I wanted to maybe if you could touch on the process. I don't know if you guys. I don't think you guys sell gels on the website, but I'm pretty sure you guys have made them. What do you have to share about like cleaning and the bacteria and everything? Because over the past year, we're all like trying to find information and everything, and different people will wash their Seamoss for a certain amount of time before they even soak it and everything. And what suggestions do you have to make sure that the product is good? Because like one of the things I just learned was like the jars that I buy and the bottles that I buy, I was told to not wash them because they're already sterilized and stuff. And once you put water in the jars and wash it with your sponge and all that stuff, it could bring in bacteria and different stuff. And I know not everybody is getting everything tested right now because that's a whole other process and more money coming out the pocket. But eventually, want to connect with the food scientists. But for now, like, what would you suggest as far as making Seamosses, the gels, like as far as cleaning and maybe like whether you use the heat process? Because right now I just blend mine straight up, no heat.
Okay. Well, I mean, generally, Seamoss is pretty clean, well, ours anyway. So, I mean, I don't think that much has to be done in the way of cleaning. Because what we do, we really thoroughly clean and wash everything when it comes out of the ocean. And it comes out of the ocean in its very natural state, as I said before. So we thoroughly wash it and clean it, and it's dried, naturally on the beds and so on, air dry. That's what we do with the Seamoss. And so when you receive it, generally you just need to, you can wash it first of all. So if there's anything in there, well, for ours, I don't think you really find anything. The only thing you may find there would be like little bits of maybe seaweed and whatever. And that is not harmful in any way. So you just wash it maybe once or twice under running water and just put it to soak. So a good idea is to put it to soak with some lemons in there. I mean, maybe you could add a little bit of baking soda to it, and baking soda would pull out any kind of maybe little residue of anything that may be in there. It would pull it out for you, and the lemons would help as well. And then after soaking for 8 to 12 hours, maybe overnight is a good idea to soak. Generally, we do overnight. Just put it and cover it, and then the next morning you wash it out properly. So you can put it in a basin and so on, and thoroughly rinse it out before you blend it, and that should be good enough. With regard to the jars and so on, I don't know. Well, you have to check, the manufacturer, whoever you buy it from, to make sure that it's sterilized, because sometimes you may think that it is and it may not be. For us, everything that we use, even the jars that we put the body products in, we sterilize. So we wouldn't really wash it to say like use a sponge in there, but you can use hot water and just soak the jars in there, for a few hours or maybe overnight, and then the next day you would just turn them over. So you need something like a bottle dryer that you could just put them on those little hooks and so on that they have, so that all the water will drain out, because you don't want any moisture left in there, because of course the moisture itself will speed up the spoiling of the product, deterioration of the product. So you want to make sure that it's completely dry, and the warm water would do the trick of sterilizing and cleaning it for you without you introducing anything else into there. There was something else you spoke about, Issa. What was that?
Maybe I said something about like the heat method.
Right. Yeah.
Making the gel.
Yeah. So of course we know there's this huge debate about that now, whether to use the heat method or just the blending. Honestly, I am not sure. We have customers who swear by the heat method. The thing is, in St. Lucia, the traditional method has always been the heat method, okay? I grew up knowing about Seamoss because everybody in St. Lucia would make Seamoss. It's a drink that we grew up on and so on. And everybody would use the heat method. So you just boil your Seamoss and we never knew anything about nutrients being lost because you boil it. It's something that I'm introduced to now that I'm coming into the Seamoss business, where you catch on to the debate where people are saying, okay, you lose nutrients by boiling it. But I'm not sure. A lot of customers say they've done research that shows that the nutrients are not lost. I don't know. But generally, when I make my Seamoss gel now, I only blend it. I blend it to make my gels for my smoothies and so on. We would boil it to make the local St. Lucian drink. Now, guys, you may not know about this, but it's an amazing drink that, the Seamoss drink that all St. Lucians know. St. Lucians generally don't necessarily make smoothies with their Seamoss, but they would boil the Seamoss and add lots of spices in there and so on, and add milk and sweeten it, and that would be an awesome, really potent drink that helps with, it's an aphrodisiac, it helps with all of the health benefits and what have you. I don't know which one is the best.
I might have to hit you up for the ingredients so I can come up with a recipe. I actually get a lot of I drive Lyft and Uber, and I get a lot of customers by just talking about Seamoss in my car. But a lot of them, when I go to the airports and stuff, are coming from the islands, Jamaica mostly, and they drink the Irish Moss drink. I'm sure they make it a little bit different there, maybe kind of similar, but so they do ask about if I make that, and I have a playlist. I have lots of playlists on YouTube where I have different drinks and follow people from the islands that make drinks and stuff. And that's one thing I haven't tried yet is the milk drink and stuff. But it sounds tasty.
It really is. And it's something that we've been meaning to maybe do a live on to show our customers how to make them, because people have asked. But yeah, we haven't gotten around to doing that. But yeah, we can certainly share the recipe, Asa, because there's lots of people, even here in St. Lucia, who make those drinks and sell them, that as their business, that they make Seamoss drinks. Mm-hmm. And if you can get the proper recipe and make it, people will fall in love with the drinks because they're amazing. They taste really, really good. The St. Lucian recipes.
Yeah, because I try to do seasonal drinks. So I try to keep with the fruits that are in season, and during the winter months, I feel like that would sell a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll sell anytime, but I like to not have too many options since it's just me, and I make cold pressed fruit juices. So like I don't make just some kind of flavor drink. I actually buy the fruits and peel them and juice them. Sometimes hand squeeze them. I do all of that. So that would be a nice addition to like maybe my winter, fall winter drinks to have. But I do want to say though, so for anybody that's thinking about ordering Seamoss from them, the Seamoss that I do get from you guys, I do rinse it, but it really, there's usually nothing, and the water's pretty clear, so it's definitely super clean. And Julien and I were talking about this, I think last week, about the aroma of the Seamoss. I told him that I'll smell it and it smells so good. Like I'll just get, as you were talking about the aphrodisiac, I'll get a little feeling from just smelling. But just that's how clean and great of a product it is.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. No, that's awesome.
Where do you get your bottles from?
Right now, if you're asking me, right now I order on Amazon. I will, if you put your Facebook or Instagram in the comment section, I'll send you the people I get it from. So I'll get like 100 of them for like $80 or something like that. And I order,
Glass bottles.
Right now I use plastic, but I'm looking into glass jars. Eventually, if I do glass, I'd probably go to a company like Julien or something like that. But because I just do like small vendor events right now, I just order off of Amazon because I get it in a day or two with the Prime. So it's just a little more convenient for me. But eventually I do. Like when I get a website, I want to do the glass jars, so that the nutrients in the juices that I sell aren't compromised when I ship them.
Yeah, if you have a restaurant depot around you, that's a good place to where you can buy like plastic jars and stuff like that, glass jars. I mean, that's if you have one in your city. It's more convenient. You can just go pick them up and it's real cheap. So you can get like 400 of whatever you want for like $40.
Oh, you know what? I literally looked it up as you were saying it, and we actually do have one here. I'm in Sacramento, California, and we do have one. So I'll check it out. Yeah.
And if you want to sterilize your bottles and stuff like that, you can use some type of alcohol, like vodka or something. Just some strong alcohol, and like if you want to use something else, you can use food grade peroxide to sterilize things as well.
And what would you do? Just spray it, like a spray, like?
No, like with the Seamoss, if you're gonna soak it, especially if you're gonna use like water from out of the tap, you should always put something organic in that water before you put the Seamoss in it, because the chloride attached to anything that's organic. So you put lemons in the water first, the lemon is going to soak up the chloride or the bleach or whatever that's in it. Then you can soak your Seamoss. But I put peroxide in the water with the Seamoss just in case when I'm cleaning it, just for that extra cleanliness. And that peroxide will also help preserve it, because it gets rid of a lot of bacteria and stuff. If you have any bacteria on it, it'll get rid of it.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
Interesting. But is it a website, webstorrent store, where you can order lots of bottles and so on as well online. You can check them out.
Okay, I just pulled that up too. I love technology. If I don't look it up right now, I will forget.
Yeah.
I need to learn how to write stuff down, but I'm like right now I'm in my car and stuff. But I was gonna mention, I mentioned to that one guy, Khaled or Khalid, I think it's hydrochloric acid. They have solutions made. It's all natural solutions for like sterilizing and cleaning, and that's really good. It actually is something that is in our body. So if like you sprayed it and it happened to get in your mouth or anything, it's non-toxic. It's 100% non-toxic. We used to use it at one of my jobs, so that's something that you can use as well for jars and everything. I keep forgetting about it, but yeah, that's something that's pretty awesome. You just gotta look at it. But yeah, it comes from our body, so it's natural. It's got enzymes and everything.
Nice. Wicked.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. O, I saw you slip in there while we were all talking, so I want to just give you a what's up acknowledgement. I hope you're doing well. For those that don't know, Mr. O sells Seamoss. Is it from Kenya that you do it from? I think it's from Kenya, I remember.
Yes, sir. Kenya, which is in East Africa. Yeah.
Nice. How's the Seamoss going in Kenya?
Yeah, it's good. It's rainy season, so production is high, drying is low.
Yeah.
Because the sun is that means in a few months there'll be quite a lot of stock. The prices will be down because of oversupply. Yeah, but it is what it is, and we are grateful. Thank you.
It's awesome. Happy to hear that. Well, I'm happy to hear that you got a lot of plentiful. I'm not happy to hear that the price is going to be potentially dropping, which, you know, it sucks because, like, from a farmer's or an exporter's perspective, it's like, you know, I mean, you have to kind of budget or balance your work so that you can, you know, ride these lows and until the things get better, you know. Yeah, so I
think what we need more than anything, and I think this applies everywhere. They're the big players who take advantage of this, and what we need more than anything is value addition and processing. You know, those micro processing plants, so that we end up with the end products ourselves, as opposed to exporting the raw material and you know, having people. I'm talking about the industrial use of Seamoss capsules and all, as opposed to, you know, the retail making the gel or anything. Yeah, but even with the gels, we can powder the same, and you know, powder stores for a while, doesn't go bad for some time. So, but with powder needs you know, serious drying maybe. The solar drying, Janina's talked about, you know, but there's also a combination of solar and biomass.
Yeah, you were showing that last time with the heat dryers, and how you guys were using the wood stoves or something like that to help with the drying process, right? Wasn't it?
We use solar at the moment. I was just you know, racking my mind and just thinking out of the box. You know, change is inevitable, so I was thinking that could fasten the drying process, because the sun takes quite a number of, you know, dries. So if you could use I make seaweed fertilizer, which produces gas. If you could use the gas to also dry the same, produce a dry heat. Not so much dry heat, just enough to dry the same, and hopefully even kill pathogens. But
so you're
thinking out of the box.
So you're saying use the Seamoss as a biofuel to help, like, run like what, a furnace to dry the Seamoss, or are you saying the off gas from the Seamoss would dry it?
There's the Sagasam fertilizer. I use that for the fertilizer, and of course it produces you know, methane gas when it's fermenting. So I was thinking if that gas then could then be channeled
or captured,
to maybe a heater.
Yeah,
that would then be used to produce, dry heat. Not so much, just enough to hasten the drying process. Why not?
Yeah, it would even have to be some kind of like low like temperature air that was circulated like through fans and stuff like that to draw the moisture out of the product.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in a sort of like a greenhouse dryer.
Yeah,
with vents that extract the humid air. The once it's attracted the moisture.
Yeah, like a giant dehydrator.
They have something like that.
Where?
Sewage. Like, you know how you if you put like if you like when you use sewage, you can turn the sewage into gas, and you can use the gas from the sewage, and you can channel it. That if that's what you're talking about.
Yep.
So yeah, but.
Yeah, I've seen that where they've done it with manure, where they put like these things that like they'll decompose the manure in like a bin or something, and it's got some pipe, and then the pipe goes into some bag, and then in that bag, it's maybe like a one-way channel where gas goes into the bag but can't go out, and then they pump out that bag or something like that. They got to do something where
the process good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the beauty about it, you can make biogas with anything, your own kitchen vegetable waste. You can use that as to make biogas or
But I think that would be pretty cool, is to develop a system that you can not only make fertilizer but capture the gas from the fertilizer to help dry other products. It's almost like a symbiotic relationship where one system or one process fuels the other process that fuels another and that's a good way to do it, I think. And it's smart if you guys can get into the area where you're processing the Seamoss into different byproducts, so that you can maximize the potential supply chain, and even open up new markets, because there are a lot of people that may not buy from these third parties that you sell to because it's not like cost feasible, or whatever reason they just don't want to buy from these people, but they would buy from you directly. Some people just like to buy direct, even if it's even more money. They just like that thought, like I remember running certain businesses where I had customers that I was charging more money just because they were dealing directly with me, and I could have had them work with someone else, but they were kind of like, no, I don't care. I'd rather have you do it, and I like the way you do things, and I'm willing to pay more to get it, because I'm like, well, my time is this, and so that's just how they are. Sometimes they like to go back to their friends and be like, yeah, I talked to this guy and he's the head of whatever, everybody loves. That's one thing I learned about humans. They love to tell stories. They love, like, you know what I mean? Especially white people. I know that's a racist thing to say, but growing up, I lived in a rich neighborhood, and that's like pretty much every white person's house I went to. It was like, it all started with this tour of their house, in which they basically, described all the materials in the house and where it came. And like, imagine you're like a 12-year-old kid where you're just like, I don't give a shit where you get your fucking marble from. like sometimes I was polite and it was nice because I didn't know what to say. But when the kid's going, oh yeah, my dad got this from, it's like, bro, I don't care. Where's your video game? Do you have Atari? That was what was going through my mind. Who's got Atari?
I think that's where you got your patience and your negotiation skills from, because you're one of the most patient people I've come across.
Yeah. It's that too, just doing a lot of business. And I don't know, I've noticed, like, you when you sit back and listen and you let people talk, you learn a lot. and you understand them a lot. And I think that came from sales, because from a long time I've always been in sales. And I started at one of my sort of first experience dealing with sales was when I was young. I used to work as a car jockey at this car lot for my uncle, and I remember him giving me this book called the STS something, and it was like sales training strategies or something. This thing was like from the 80s. It was all like typed up cheap and everything like that, but it had these certain concepts and understandings into recognizing human behavior and just learning, just explaining the importance of listening. And so a lot of times when you're talking and stuff, I'm listening and I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and I'm almost somewhat trying to find empathy into who you are, like put myself in your shoes. And so as I open my mind to better understanding you, it allows me to connect with that person and sort of understand what makes them tick. And then once I know what makes you tick, then I can basically say things or talk about things that get a reaction from you. And so that's why I'm patient, because I'm methodically working through that. And it's just a subconscious thing that I get. And yeah. Plus, I got 2 teenage kids, man. Fuck. I have to have patience with those guys. They'll make you go mad if you don't. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
All right. Has anybody tried making a face mask with activated charcoal and like a tree sap to bind it together?
No. My kids have done it with honey as a way, as like kind of like a sap, but not with activated charcoal. I think they were doing stuff with like turmeric and honey and oats and stuff like that. They were making their own like face mask. They got it from like YouTube. But that would be probably cool to add, or even just mix activated charcoal with Seamoss.
Yeah, because when it extracts it, it pulls activated charcoal pulls from the body.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you should watch out when you're using it, because it can take the good with the bad.
So,
but, go ahead.
No, not to cut you off. Sorry, I didn't mean to. But this question comes to my head. What makes activated charcoal? Like, how is that different just from the regular charcoal that we buy?
Can I go? Or you got it. Go ahead, Jen. You got it. Go ahead. Okay, so when you're roasting it, and it's basically putting it over a fire, and it's turning it into coal, and you're just taking it all, you're making it all the way down to ash. So that's what activates it. Whereas you can make charcoal just by basically putting it into flame or using chemicals to break it down. You can do it, but if you put it over a flame and reduce it all the way down to coal, that's basically it.
It's 2 different type of active charcoal. Some is made out of coconut husk, which isn't volcanic activated charcoal. They're 2 different things. What I don't really understand.
We lost you. I think you got a call or something. So, because the reason why I ask is because in St. Lucia we have a very strong charcoal making community. Like, there's a lot of people that make charcoal for a living, a livelihood. Like, I remember, like, every day these guys would walk past my house, climb all the way up the hill, go to all up in Molosheep to go into this particular area where they could cut the trees down and make their own charcoal. And they would come back. What?
I said, yeah, lots of people do that.
Yeah. And they would come back at the end of the day, or they would be up there in the few hours in the morning, and then they would come back the next day, and they would have all the charcoal. And basically how they make it is they build a fire, and then they smother it with the charcoal or the wood or something like that. And then they dig it up later on, and that's what they got for charcoal. Now, my question is, would that be considered activated charcoal, or is that just charcoal?
I'm not even sure, Julien, really.
There's a process of activating charcoal. Some use lemon juice, the citric acid. So there's a process of activating charcoal after making it.
And so, what is the activation part? What are they activating? Are they basically sanitized? Does that mean like activated charcoal is sort of been sterilized, whereas non-activated hasn't been? Like, what's the point in activating charcoal? Is it?
Let me answer you. Good thing with technology there's Google, but I do know there's a process of. I was looking into making it for my because we have coconut. Yeah, we have coconut remains, but procrastination, it passed me by, and you're taking me back. So I'll answer you right now.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. I can go use Google. I don't want to put you out of your way. I'm just fucking with you. I just thought it was funny how you slipped that in. It's like, oh, okay, well, yes, I guess I could use Google. Let's see. And with that, I'm going to answer my own question. What makes...
As you're looking for the answer, has
Yeah.
anybody tried using sap though, to bind it, a tree sap, to bind activation charcoal and make a mask?
No, I mean, generally, well, I've used the activated charcoal to make a Seamoss mask just by adding the Seamoss and the charcoal mixed, the gel, Seamoss gel and charcoal mixed together, and I mean, that's good, but I've never tried sap. I don't know.
See, like the sap, what it does, well, when I used to make masks, and I used to make it before, I used to try to find like different, but the thing about it is some saps can burn you, so you gotta watch out. But I even tried a little bit of lily sap, etc. and all that. But what it does is it makes it so when you push it in your skin and it dries up, it hardens, right? And then when you peel it, it will suck on anything inside the pores. It will get inside your pores, harden. So when you peel it, you're gonna get all those black heads and white heads and stuff out. It's crazy. It's a whole nother level to it. But the thing about it is you have to replace all the vitamins and nutrients when you take it off. Because when I take it off, I can see like the paleness and all that. I can see it sucks out. But but you can replace the goodness. You can do that. It's hard. It's hard to after a while, if you just leave it, then you will see like you could damage your face if you don't replace all the oils. Except like what you were saying, when you get that squeaky clean, that's what happens. Like so you have to replace all the oils and stuff because it sucks it all out.
Yeah.
Julien, can I sound all intelligent and everything?
I don't know. Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can.
So, they talked about putting the charcoal, drying it and then grinding it, then adding lemon juice and letting it rest for 24 hours. And the reason why, it's activated, it's more porous than charcoal, and it's much more effective in either filtering material or, as an absorbent. Mm-hmm. So it's more medicinal that way. Mm-hmm. That's why people activate it.
Would the no, I guess it doesn't. I was going to ask you, would the lemon juice act as something similar to calcium chloride? Because when I Google it, I see this. How do you make activated charcoal? Activating the charcoal. You can dissolve 100 grams of calcium chloride in 300 milliliters of water. The container can get hot due to the reaction of water with the calcium chloride. Cover and allow to rest for 24 hours. After 24 hours, stain the charcoal and rinse with water and then spread on a baking tray. But this other one just says, what's the difference between charcoal and activated charcoal? Activated charcoal is produced at a higher temperature than charcoal. Activated charcoal is much more porous than charcoal. Activated charcoal is much more effective. And so pretty similar to what you say, but I guess with you guys, the lemon juice probably adds some kind of heat or some chemical change that allows it to be more porous. Yeah. So it looks like there's a few different ways. Because another one says activating it, they activate it by placing it in a tank without oxygen and subjecting it to extremely high temperatures, 300 to 900 degrees Celsius. Afterwards, the carbon is exposed to different chemicals, commonly agar and nitrogen, and then placed in a tank and superheated with to 1200 degrees Celsius. So I guess we can't get activated charcoal the same way these guys are doing it in the charcoal pits, because I don't think it gets that hot, or maybe it does, and we just don't know, because fire gets hot, right? Amber coals and everything. I don't know.
That's the way I was, but the information you gave, that's I don't know, maybe the name was just thrown on it, but basically just heating up the coconut husk all the way until it gets basically to amber, and it basically breaks down to ash, and when you sift it out and all that. I don't know.
But Julian, locally, I think that St. Lucian people don't really use coconut husks to make their charcoal.
No.
But it's made with wood. They cut sticks and whatever and put it in this, it's like they make an oven out of, in the ground basically. It's long pit kind of thing, and they put the wood, the sticks and so on in there, and I think they put fire on top of it and they cover it up. So it's almost like the sticks are baking under the earth, and they leave it for a certain period of time and come and get it out, and it has turned to charcoal. But it's not the husk. I don't think anybody makes it with coconut husks here.
No, not that I know of either. And I'm trying to see if I can pull up a video of someone making charcoal in St. Lucia to kind of show what it is. I remember I saw a video of some guys in St. Lucia that developed a means of creating charcoal using kilns that they built, as opposed to the traditional way that whatchamacallit, they do the charcoal. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked because I'm like looking at this video, and in the video, the picture, he looks like this guy that I know in St. Lucia named Mr. Smith, that has that roadside stand by Viewfort. No, it's never mind. It's a video about Ministry of Agriculture. So getting back to what I was looking at here, I was trying to find some video showing the charcoal. Yeah, but I can't find any. Actually, you know what's cool? What is that thing that they make in St. Lucia? The cannon. What is that called? They do it on Christmas, and they blow the cannon thing.
Oh, they call it bursting bamboo.
Yes, bursting bamboo. I'm gonna show a quick video of that. Guys, this is badass what these guys do. They make these cannons out of the bamboo, and then they blow them, and it's like they pull it back like this cannon, and it goes pop, pop. Yeah. And the smoke blows. Oh, it's badass.
This loud sound.
Yes, and they do it at Christmas.
To announce the arrival of Christmas, they do it with
Yeah, I'm showing the video right now on YouTube. I'm showing how the guys make this. I remember I found this like months ago doing research on the and then when I saw this,
Tous les l'année, ou li yon premier semaine en novembre, C'est sans ça là qui a éclaté au limon tout combien cette lycée. Qu'a sorti en dedans bout en bambou. Ça nous a créé en canon. Au limon tant ça là, jeune monde.
I gotta learn.
Aussi bien qu'on
Huh?
We can see it on here, or you're just watching it yourself?
So
Did you share it?
I am sharing, right? But so here's the thing. I'm not just on Clubhouse. I'm on Instagram. I'm also on YouTube, and I'm also on Facebook.
Oh, live everywhere right now.
That's it. And on all platforms. Soon I'm going to be on TikTok. I'm slowly working on that. I got my first video going viral. You know? Pardon?
I said that's awesome.
Yeah, I know exactly. And like in 2 hours or 4 hours, the video went like 10,000 like views, like out of nowhere. Yeah, and like I got something like 200 followers, like out of nowhere. It was crazy. Yeah, I was just like, what the hell's going on here? Because you check into your thing and you see all this like updates, and I'm just like, what the? And yeah, sure enough, the video, and it was just like a dumb video that I made with no planning whatsoever, which is crazy. But
that's cool. I mean, I've always been thinking about TikTok, but a little scared of venturing out there. I think it's for young people. I don't know. I'm just not.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. There is a lot of kids in there, but there's a lot of adults. Do you know what I mean? And there's just a lot of garbage on there. That's what I was kind of saying when it came down to, like, I want to get into the live streaming, and I realized that there's just, if I were to do the live stream, like, a lot of people would probably tune in because they would be curious to see what we're saying, Yeah. Like, if people are willing to watch guys, like, cut other people's hair, I'm thinking that, Seamoss is going to be interesting. Yeah. Here's someone to comment. It says, here to represent and follow my country. I love seeing my Tana Isle get big. The Seamoss is Seamoss. Indulge yourself in cleanliness. Yeah. Oh wow, lots of followers. So let's see where I'm at on my TikTok adventure. So I now So I have 630 followers, and so this this afternoon I had 337 or something.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, and I was kind of like, I'll never, because my goal is to get to 1,000 viewers. So I was like, I'll never get to 1,000 viewers. Oh, this sucks. And now that same video I made did 12,000.9 views.
Wow.
And I put that out this morning before I went to church.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's how crazy the amount of views that I got. And the funniest thing of the video, right, is that, so it's basically, you got to go on TikTok and see it. It's basically just a random clips of like all things St. Lucia. And at one point I put this clip just to kind of shake it up and do something random. But I put this clip of my friend Raul, and he's into martial arts. And so he sent me all these clips of him messing around with the bamboo, he has this bamboo like sword, right? So there's a 2-second clip of him spinning the thing, and then someone in the comments is like, "Oh, I knew it. Just when you think something's good, there's a white guy." Like with some kind of racist comment, basically like suggesting that the business is was white. Where, let me read the comment. It was so funny because I couldn't believe it. Like that they would. Oh, that's it. Always a white man involved. Always shake my head. It's like if you saw the video, you'd be like, how is this? Like it's all black people except this 1-2-second clip of my friend spinning a stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's it. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my viral story on Seamoss.
Yeah.
But I think what it is, it comes to making this stuff with the Seamoss. I mean, on TikTok, breaking the algorithm. It's a matter of just pushing stuff out there. Right. I think what they do is they want to see that you're somewhat committed to making videos, and then just when they think you're going to give up, that's when they give you that taste of, because now I'm hooked.
Okay.
Like seriously, I'm really like, in the back of my mind, I feel that draw to go make another video because I want to see if I can get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That yeah, like I got that viral. It's like, oh, I can do it. And so now I see the allure of what, you know.
TikTok is all about.
Yeah. But they have the weirdest things on there. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, there's this one video where the girl, all she does, she's a ballerina and she stretches. It's like, what? Okay. Another one where the guy is in a forest and he's basically one of those lumber things and he's operating a crane. And it chops the wood down and cleans the wood and loads it into a truck. And there's 10,000 people watching him do this thing.
Wow.
Yeah. So humans are very interesting, to say the least.
All right. Just real quick idea, real quick. So suppose we all everybody listening now, I'm not even on TikTok, but I'll do it going. We do a campaign, right? And try to just flood it. Everybody just flood it with something pertaining to Seamoss. It would do something with the algorithm for sure. If you just keep on pumping it, because it'll what the heck, especially if if everybody do a certain type of hashtag, it will click. Something would happen. We do a campaign, and it'll probably make the business go up too. You know, but I had this idea if you a little video, if you give a child some Seamoss, and then keep on giving it to them. You put a little helmet on top of their head, like a big brain, or a balloon, and their brain just gets huge.
Okay.
No, that would be cool. No, I think you definitely have to do the tag. But there's actually not, I'm just scrolling right now. There's actually not a lot of videos on TikTok for yeah, but they're getting, some of them are getting quite a views. Like this person getting 289 views.
Okay.
On watching the Seamoss. But a
it's
lot.
You have to, if you have fun with how you're saying, you're making funny things about it. It's almost okay, if you can mix fun with education, and you have to be able to keep someone's attention real quick, the first 3 seconds. So how you said, your friend playing with the bamboo stick, you could grab somebody, or whatever you do, the first couple seconds, you just have to grab somebody. So even if it is a bait or whatever, but if we do a campaign, I'm telling you, it would do something. We have the same hashtag, it would do something. It would do something with the algorithm, and it'll make people aware. It'll be a great awareness for real.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, I think even what I'm gonna do is go through all these big ads, and I'm gonna see what made them big. Do you know what I mean? Copy all their tags, you know what I mean, to see what it is, and run some tests on them. Because I'm looking how are these guys getting so many views, and I'm not even getting, fucking nothing near this. This one person has gotten 42,000 likes. How many followers does she have? 192,000 followers. But see, at the same time, it's you got to ask yourself, how good are these followers? How much are they really engaged with what she's doing, and how much, how connected are they to her? Because I've seen some people that have had especially on Instagram, they'll have 100,000 followers. You know what I mean? And I'm looking and I'm thinking, okay, well, for the amount of people that are following you, you should have a lot of sales. how do I have less than 4,000 followers and I'm selling more Seamoss than you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's something I'm curious. Is like, how much are they really engaged? You know, it seems like this person that's got the 100 followers, a lot of it is just them being, they look like they're influencers because you see them with the different products that they're sort of talking about. She's also checking out, who's tried Chili, I know I'm going to butcher it when I say it, Chiliat or Shilajit. Has any of you guys tried that stuff?
I haven't, but I was wondering what is that?
Awesome.
Is that like a concentrated form of like all these mushroom powders?
No, what it is, and I had a guy who sent some to me and I loved it, and I actually have some, so I got to go pull some out because I felt like I was taking it in conjunction with the Seamoss, but it gave me a lot of like energy, a lot of mental clarity, a lot of just like positive mood and stuff. And so what it is, it's basically organic plant resin that oozes off the side of these Himalayan mountains, and it comes from like shit that was pressed organically from like under high pressure for like years, and it oozes out like this tar substance. And you take a little bit and you mix it into a drink, and you drink it like a tea or something like that. And so I would have it sometimes with my Seamoss, or I would mix soursop with it as a tea and then drink it to kind of relax and sort of take pressure off me and just, you know, good mood. But I loved it. It was good stuff. But it's definitely got a lot of, it helps with building testosterone.
Okay.
I don't need that.
Okay, yeah. So sometimes a little good testosterone is good, you know what I mean, even for females. But like, it's just, trust me, it's good stuff. You know, it's been so long, I can't remember exactly how I felt on it, but I remember loving it, and that I enjoyed it, and I would take it again. You know,
Interested in that, and the, what do they call it, microdosing?
Mm-hmm. With what, psilocybin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't done that in a while, but I was a very big
How much we spend in a day?
Hold on,
It's
sorry.
how much we spend in a day, and we've been charging our home, and we've been charging our home to the police electricity was around.
I don't know how to turn the volume up on that. Sorry. Yeah, I used to do a lot of microdosing. I don't do it as much now, but when I, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, every, say, 3 or 4 months, or every couple months, we would go up north and we would take maybe like half a gram or a quarter of a gram, and we would just kind of like, you know, just reconnect with nature. Not take enough that you really sort of trip out, but more that you just kind of relax. And so we would sit in the fire and just talk. And sometimes people don't realize when you talk and you work out your sort of problems or things that are going on, it releases a lot of your subconscious constraints and stuff. And so we would go there, barbecue, basically show up north in the morning, drop, microdose, stay the night, and then the next day we would leave. But the next day we felt so refreshed and so sort of clear headed, because, you know, through this sort of trip that you go through, you start engaging in these deep, profound conversations. You work out different scenarios. You laugh. You have good jokes. You know what I mean? You just have a positive experience, and that just kind of resonates through you as you continue on your daily thing. So it's almost like we would do these every couple months, almost like a reset, to kind of just bring us back to like life, nature, just that present state of mind. because when you have the ability to be present in this moment, this time, you then begin to see the power and control that you can have over the universe. A lot of times people get caught in a cycle and they're not living in that present moment. They're living sort of like in the past, in a like almost a reactive state rather than a proactive state. Sorry, I don't want to ramble on too much.
Nah, ramble on. Clear the stigma on it though, like on just microdosing or just taking shrooms in general. Like, you think you could clear that? Like, make people feel a little more comfortable in that area?
Well, like I said, with the microdosing, we never really got high. We never really got like tripping out or seeing stuff. You know what I mean? And I've never really done that, even when I've taken lots of shrooms. I think my mind is too strong that I've never allowed it to kind of let things be. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like I see things. How do I say it? It's hard for me to hallucinate because the environment is so real to me. I can't make things, you know what I mean? My mind would be like, no, that you're creating that in your mind. That's not real. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it. But getting back to
not easily influenced.
Yeah, it's hard to influence my mind. But getting back to saying it's so low on the dose that you almost don't feel like you're on anything. Right? But the next day, it's like, you know, we build up all these tensions and stresses, and so when you do this microdosing and stuff, it releases a lot of that energy, and so your mind is just kind of clear, you know. And there's a lot of things that your mind's working out in the subconscious, and so some of the thoughts are not present in your conscious mind, but it's being sorted out in the back of your mind, if that makes sense. And it's just, you wake up kind of like at ease, because a lot of the things that your subconscious was dealing with has been able to be sorted out, and sort of like, you know, you're operating at a more chemically balanced state of mind. You know, too many things happen in this environment that set us off, that ruin the chemical imbalance. Cigarettes, alcohol, arguments, you know, crappy food, all those kind of stuff can add into that tension, that when you take the mushrooms, it helps release it. At least that's my belief. I don't have any scientific proof. You know what I mean? This is just my experience from taking it multiple times, you know, because I would take it at least, I don't know, 6 times in a year. So,
but I had a thought the other day, and it was basically trying to understand the mind. But I don't know. We have an infinite memory, but coming to what you were saying about microdosing, if our memory isn't infinite, and we basically even with social media, everything that we go through, and we try to basically remember, but like how Asa was saying earlier about just writing stuff down and stuff like that. You're probably one of those people who just either let things go, but you can retain something you really want to remember in a case, or especially even talking and visually seeing and understanding. But letting things come in your mind and letting them go is not easy, because we can get traumatized just by a really bad experience. So just by how you're saying, like, I did shrooms and stuff, but I didn't, I wanted to do it more, and basically in more understanding, a more controlled environment, etc. And I wanted to do microdosing, but I never got the chance to. But just resetting your mind, I think, is very important. You could do that through meditation. You don't have to microdose, etc. But some people need tools. Some people really do need tools to unlock, because I know a lot of people, it's very hard for them to sit and meditate and have those thoughts come in their mind, and they don't know how to let it go, because then they start, you know, they get stuck on the thought. But shrooms, one thing I can tell you is it does help the mind and help your, like, it helps the brain reset some way or something, because I did feel exactly how that. The first time I remember even smoking weed, the first time, the thing I remember the most is that was the best sleep I had, and I woke up feeling refreshed. So in the terms of just like, you know, doing it in a controlled environment and understanding what you're doing and not abusing it, because when you start to abuse it, it'll lose its power and its benefits with anything. You know, even if we eat Seamoss every day, we're not going to get the same benefits. But if we will benefit from it, but we won't get the same benefits as we had it the first time, because our bodies like, you know, kind of deal. But that's with anything.
Yeah, I think in some ways after taking Seamoss for a while, you like, I still believe you get the benefit, but you don't feel the benefit. You almost like plateau, or your body filters it out. Like what I've learned, you know, is that our mind is incredibly powerful. And so we're like, just think about this. We're constantly getting multiple millions of different sensory things happening all at the same time. Noises, smells, cues, lights, this and that. And then our brain is able to filter a lot of these things that are going out so that we can focus on these, you know what I mean? These smaller things. So I don't know. Forget where I was going with that, but mine's very tough.
So the brain's always sensories, and just being over. There's a lot of stuff coming in.
Yeah, and there's a way to censor, to overload your senses if we don't filter that stuff out, you know. But I also believe that, like, we as human beings, and this is something I'm learning, so I'm just new to this stuff, but we operate on different levels of frequencies. Because lately I've been like kind of asking myself, okay, why am I able to see certain things? And then I would talk to certain groups of my friends, and it's almost like they could never comprehend what I see or think. Do you know what I mean? And when I was learning about these frequencies, it's like they're saying, like, basically, like, based on what I've done, my experiences, how I've, you know, been generous or how I help people out, it's allowed me, and I believe Seamoss has aided a lot of this, but allowed me to reach spiritually different, like a certain level of vibration. And that's what makes me look different than other people. Because I've had people say that to me. They're like, they see me in a different way than, you know what I mean? And so the question is it because of the way I'm vibrating? You know what I mean? And, you know, are these other people, can they not see what I see, or do they not believe what I see is possible because of the level of frequency that they're operating at? Because there's even things where it's like barriers or areas where most people would never think they can go to. Like I can walk into a restaurant and go into the kitchen like it's nothing, and no one would like question why I'm in the kitchen and what I'm doing there. Like I can move in such a way that it's just like 90% of the time when I'm in a business, people will come up to me, like especially if I'm like in Walmart and stuff, and they will talk to me like I'm the manager. Can you show me and I'm just like, like, are you serious? And they're like, oh, you don't work here? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, you just seemed like you belonged here. And I'm just like, what the fuck is that supposed to be? And I think it's just because of the way my frequency is. It's just like I fit in. I can just, and there's times too where people will walk in front of me and not even notice me. And I'm just thinking to myself, am I just blending into the environment that they just don't know? I don't know. I always make a joke that they can't see me because I'm black, but you know. Anyways. What do you guys think about frequencies?
Oh, I think that I kind of was tying it into where you're talking about Seamoss and marijuana and stuff and having plateau. Where, like, so there was a point in my life where I was like eating working out and I started practicing meditation. And even though I didn't really have like these crazy meditative experiences, I always felt lighter and rejuvenated, and like I let things go when I would meditate. And eventually I actually did experience like this lucid dream, or I don't know what you call it, but like I saw some shit that like really correlated with things that was going on in my life, and it like changed a lot for me. It's a long story, so I'll keep that one for another day. But at that time, I was feeling like I was vibrating high, and nothing could get me down. Like the things that were bothering me or that would come up, like let's say you go to the grocery store and for whatever reason you run out of gas or something like that. That didn't happen, but like things like that just would come out of nowhere and stuff were not bothering me. I was actually even saying yes when something bad would happen. I was like, yes, and I would just smile and laugh and like keep it pushing and stuff, and like I was just so in tune, and it almost felt like I could feel the trees, I could feel the grass, like I was more in tune with nature, and that's why hence the name Nature's Club for my brand, is like getting back to nature raises your vibration, and I believe that we meet each other on when you start meeting people, whether you deem it good or bad, you meet them on the same vibrations as well. And I think sound has a lot to do with it. I think energy, everything is energy, so everything is vibration. So we do have to kind of like make sure that we're getting back in tune, especially if, you know, there's things that are bringing us down or whatever, but very big on energies and vibrations. And I used to do audio production, so I like to study sounds and like frequencies and stuff. And yeah, there's a whole science behind vibrations and sound and everything linking to the human body and how it's healing. It heals the body. And matter of fact, I brought up solfeggio frequencies to my professor. So that's around the time where I came across them, and I had never heard of them before, which now you'll see a lot of, like, if you go on YouTube or something, 528 hertz and, you know, different frequencies that you can meditate to, or music you can put on that's supposed to be healing, but the solfeggio frequencies are, like, the rarest ones, or something like that. I can't remember. This was kind of far back and stuff, and my professor I asked him in front of the whole class, and he tried to say that it's bullshit. And I just kind of laughed, and after the class, everybody started asking me, hey, what's that, and this and that, and like, he basically was telling them, oh, it's BS, it's the thought that, you know, frequencies can heal you and all this stuff. And I was like, how can you be an audio professor?
Yeah.
And be clearly stating that this is bullshit when it's really not. I mean, you can do simple little things on your own to like kind of test it out and stuff. But like, if your body is energy, your thoughts is energy. KRS-One, he did a video. This is kind of going left, but he did this video.
I know which one you're talking about.
A conference where he
Rockstar
got everybody to close their eyes, and first he showed them like this Rockstar sticker, like the brand Rockstar, the drinks, energy drinks, and he got them to look at it and then close their eyes, and they could see in their head the picture of the Rockstar or whatever. And he was kind of breaking down. He's like, how cool is it, and how dope is the human mind and body and your soul that you can close your eyes and you can still see, or you can, you know, like hear something in your head. You can hear your thoughts. Like, so all of that is energy and vibrations and frequency. So when we learn how to manifest and everything, we're manipulating this energy. So I'm very big on all that.
So I'm gonna say something that is gonna make me sound incredibly crazy, and it's gonna probably blow your mind. So I believe in this thing called the infinite intelligence. It's a dimension in this world where all the information and all the knowledge is stored. And that if you tune your mind and your thoughts the right way, you can unlock these powers and get this information and this knowledge and this power. Like, and so a lot of the stuff that I developed with St. Lucian Seamoss Company all came from these thoughts that I connected to the infinite intelligence, and they gave me a lot of the directions. I don't know, Janine, you could probably confirm this, but you know, when I first started the Seamoss business, I knew nothing about Seamoss. I knew nothing about starting a Seamoss business. I knew nothing about growing Seamoss. I did not know how to export Seamoss, how to get a business. I did not know how to do any of this stuff. I used to sell real estate. Do you know what I'm saying? So for me to figure all this out, to learn all, I did not do this by myself. You know, it may look like that, but the truth is, a lot of the information, a lot of the decisions, a lot of the planning and the directions, even the name St. Lucian came from the infinite intelligence.
Yeah, that's dope.
Mind blown, eh? And I believe that the universe, that God, set me on this mission, and that's why I met my partner, who's connected me in the way that we have, and that's why we're successful in the way that we've been doing it and been able to grow as fast as we have. Is that we're on a mission from God, and it's not just about Seamoss; it's about opening up the minds of St. Lucians and showing them the opportunities that are right there in front of them. There is so much opportunity in St. Lucia. It is redonkulous. I go crazy every time I'm there. And so many people don't see that opportunity right in front of them. They feel that this is something that only is attainable from someone outside their country, and it's not. You know, so that's one of my goals and mission, is to share my knowledge and to teach everybody that almost like, if I can do it, you can do it. Because I didn't know shit of what I'm doing right now.
I actually looked up infinite intelligence while I was sitting here, and it says infinite intelligence is a force that gives order and origin to everything in the entire universe. It is the prime source, the first cause of everything that comes into existence. Furthermore, you, the individual, are a precise expression of this force. So that is like everything you just said.
No,
and
dude,
I'm
not making it up. Bro,
I had a vision once, and I don't smoke anymore, but I used to smoke some weed, and I remember being high. It is funny how things just hit you when you smoke. It can be something you thought of before, but when you smoke, it's like, it just, like, you feel everything that you're thinking. Like, I don't know how to even express what it is, but basically, like, I used to, this one day I smoked, and I thought, like, I saw this little dot on the table, and I was like, okay, the dot is me, everything else around it is the world and the universe. And I was like, so if, you know, which is just you as a person, but I'm looking at this dot and like picturing myself, and I'm thinking like, so if our bodies are made up of all these small little particles and atoms and ions and all this other little things, then we have to be, you know, a part of some bigger body of something, which is most likely in spiritual world probably called the God body and everything. So that's when I also got into the Rastafari, where I like their saying that everything is everything. I'm connected to you, you're connected to me, we're connected to nature. And so I don't know, when you were saying all that, it reminded me of that, and I felt like it's the same thing, but in my own vision.
There's a book called Think and Grow Rich. I recommend anybody that's serious about business, or not even serious about business, serious about manifesting and controlling their life, they need to read that book. It is the blueprint on manifestation, and it is pretty much every sort of self-help book that I've read or sort of gotten into course, whether it be Anthony Robbins and all that kind of stuff. A lot of it comes down from the basis. You can find all their teachings in that book. and it shows you just how to use faith and desire and all these other sort of keys to the universe, that these laws that God has put out for us as man to sort of master and control, right? And once we master and control these, then the universe bends almost at our will. Literally, like in the Bible, you will be able to move mountains. You know what I mean? Maybe just not like with your hands, but you would be able to, like, we can move mountains now. Think about that. You know, back in the days when Bibles, you know what I mean, moving a mountain was unfeasible. But nowadays we do that all the time. We bore tunnels through mountains. You know, and
it still trips me out, like, not to cut you off, but
that's okay.
Like, how you're talking about moving mountains. I'm always thinking, like, who first thought of how to make flour, or how to make this, or how to make that? Like, how did we get here? Like, of course we have history books and all this stuff, but like who thought of all of these things? Like, where did that come from? So there is some sort of like knowledge out there that maybe we don't all have, and we have technology and things that to where we can look stuff up. It's not like we have to do to get the knowledge anymore, but just like the ancient Kemetic scientists and everybody, like, it just amazes me how people have come up with all these things over the years, and I'm like, I need to invent something. Just try it and bring it to life. Really, just think of it.
Hey, Julien. It's
I know it's late.
It's 1 o'clock.
And you guys gotta get up early. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Asa, just to say a little bit about what you just said there, you know, Julien was talking about the infinite intelligence. So I believe in God. I mean, I'm a Christian, and I believe that infinite intelligence is God himself. Now, God is a creator. Everything that we see around us, he created, because he's a creative being, and an awesome creative being with so much intelligence and imagination and whatever that he created. Amen. All of the awesomeness that we see around us. And in Genesis chapter 1, the Bible tells us that God created us, human beings, in his image. So if he is creative, it means that we are in his likeness and his image, and we are also creative beings, which is why human beings can come up with so many innovative things. We've created, you know, the iPhone and so many amazing things, as you said, flour, whatever, you know, all of these wonderful inventions that we have done as human beings is because God has given us the power of creativity. So we are creative beings as well, and we can manifest and create and, you know, come up with all of these awesome things just like God himself.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go off now, guys.
Yes. You better go before you rope you in another conversation. But Janine, thanks so much for coming in here and spending the time and sharing like what you guys are doing at St. Lucian Premium Seamoss and the products and stuff like that. You know, and it was just good to see you. Like, you know, it's been a while since we've talked, and you know, so thank you.
It was good to be here. So thank you.
Hey, make sure you tell Matthew I said hi, and I'll try and come check you guys when I'm in St. Lucia in June.
Okay,
if I don't speak to you before.
Yeah, we'll be glad to have you.
All right, sounds good.
All right, take care.
Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye, everybody.
She's gonna just drop a little gem on us and slide out.
Yeah. No, hey, listen, that's blessings. Do you know what I mean?
A little mic drop.
But that's the blessings, and I found it interesting in the universe how like we were just talking about her, and she just showed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's been happening a lot to me lately, especially when it comes to manifesting things. Like I'm almost really how do you say it, mindful of what thoughts I think on a consistent basis, because a lot of times I think something or I say something's going to happen, and it's been happening. Like, it's like I'm Nostradamus. It's kind of it's only scary because I, like, whenever I have a bad thought, I'm like, okay, don't think that, please, you know. I can't afford to have anything bad happen to me.
I've been feeling that energy too, and kind of I've actually felt like the transition into it over the last couple of years. I had mentioned to you before, like, I moved from Southern California back here to Sacramento, and like I kind of like manifested the things that I needed through a pandemic, and I was just like, man, this is pretty cool. And but I'm still, you know, dealing with life, and like, you know, there's days where I, you know, don't think the best or whatever stuff, but I feel myself coming out of the negative phases and starting to see different things not only coming to fruition, but seeing what I'm going to attain and being excited about it, and not thinking like, oh, this is like too big for me or whatever. Like, I'm just embracing each step. But I don't know. I've always been a person that's very highly intuitive, but I get more of, I used to get visions, as I mentioned to you before, but I get more of feelings, and I can't always, there's not always words aren't always adequate enough to describe, like, it's just this knowing that I have and stuff, and I've been feeling a lot of great energy, and I don't know, just kind of embrace that, actually embracing those feelings in those moments, and kind of helping to propel those and keep those in fruition. It kind of helps through all the things going on in society. Like, I don't even feel the impact of a lot of things. Like, everybody's talking about inflation and all this stuff, and that's really gonna affect everybody, but it's not. Like, I'm still finding my way through everything, but I also don't think like, oh, I can't afford this anymore. Like, I used to think that, those type of thoughts. Now I'm just more solution oriented. I don't think about the problem, I think about the solution.
And I think when you start doing that, that's an indication that you're operating at a different frequency. Do you know what I mean? Like, your mindset's different, your view is different, how you're absorbing the world is different. You know what I mean? And so that affects your decisions and how you approach things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, I look at my mom and like how she views the world and how she does it, and it's just like, it's like, to me, it's kind of like, I don't like, and her vice versa. She's just like, I don't understand how you do these things, and you know, you take these risks and you do this thing, and I'm just like, because, Mom, like, 90% of the time when I do it, it works, so I trust it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're too afraid to try and make it work. You're just like, oh, it's not going to happen, so therefore it never happens.
That is so true, because so before I came out here, like, I had gone through a breakup in a relationship and kind of hopped right into another one, and that fell to the wayside, and everything that I was trying to accomplish during that time, like, I was putting out a lot of energy, a lot of effort. I was working, I did 3 months of overtime straight, just trying to make money, and then I was driving Lyft. I was doing everything to make money and to help other people out and do all this stuff, and everything just kept not working. Like, it would be like, for a split second it would be cool, and then for whatever reason everything just kept dragging me down.
Yeah.
And I was like, you need to stop. Like, when you're trying to force stuff, just because you want it so bad, or you think that it's for you and all that stuff, if you actually stop and pay attention, and because the universe and God, you know, some people, you know, like to say the universe and all this, but the universe, spirit, God, everything is for you. So if, you know, the book The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. That's one of my favorite books. He has this quote that's like, the universe will conspire in your favor. Like, basically, once you say you want something and, you know, you have the right energy for it and everything, like, the universe is going to help you out. But, like, you can't get in your own way. And I was just like, I was doing all the wrong things, but I felt like I was doing the right stuff. And I had to stop and, like, tune into my higher self. And, like, you know what? You need to go back home and reset and regroup and figure out all this stuff. And sometimes figuring stuff out is just shutting up. It's just stopping, forcing everything. And once I did that, and I actually just embraced today and the now, instead of having anxiety over the future or depression over the past, things just started flowing. And also gratitude, because I got a job. It was only paying $16 an hour, but I was able to buy a brand new car. I was able to start a Seamoss business. I was able to do a whole lot of things to get me back on track. And I've had jobs that made way more money, had way better benefits and everything. But I was also stressed out at those jobs. Like, what I was doing in the last couple years has made me so much happier and lighter and everything. Just stop trying to force everything and kind of work with the universe, because there's nothing that's really against you unless that's your perception, and perception is reality.
Exactly. Yeah, man.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
So, AC killed it. Everything you're saying, I'm feeling it. One thing is, fasting helps me out, when especially figuring out. I think everybody should fast, even if you even the fast or doing the fast, it just cleanses your body. I promise on everything if you do it in the way, and you have all the tools. You know the tools. I already know you know the tools, but when you let all of that stuff out of your body and starts and you fill yourself back up, all that appreciation, all of that, and like everything feels better. Even fasting. I mean, when you fast, I'm talking about from technology, from even from people in a certain sense. But I can't lie. If it's hard for you to fast, it's easier to do of people doing the same thing and on the same frequency. Okay? But yeah, man, like that's all I wanted to add to that.
Sorry, go ahead, Asa.
I was just gonna say I appreciate that. And I haven't fasted in a while, but it's actually been on my mind for the last week and stuff while I've been making my orders and stuff. I'm like, I have a juicer making juices to sell other people. Why not do a juice cleanse, or even if it's 3 days? Like, so I'm actually going to go ahead and prepare to do something, especially before the summer, so I can kind of get my batteries charged up and then go full throttle to get back. I was eating plant-based for like 8 months, about probably a year ago now, and everything about the way I would think and feel and everything changed completely. And so I'm trying to slowly get back into that. And a part of getting into that was fasting. I actually had a health coach or a health mentor who actually became a really good friend of mine who helped me through that process. And the strong herbal teas and the fasting was amazing. So you're just giving me the cue to go ahead and stop procrastinating.
Yeah. That's awesome. No, I love fasting too. I haven't done it in a while. But I find one of the biggest benefits I got from fasting was it allowed me to be more present in the world. And it also showed me the power of my control and my ability to control. Because, the fasting that I would do would be like I would not eat from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or drink water. So basically like I think they call it a dry fast. And so there's no liquid, no food for that 12 hours. And when you get to like around the 5:30 o'clock, especially in the first couple days that I was doing it, the desire and the like I was, it was so hard to control myself to not eat. You know what I mean? Like it was just so like strong. Like it was just like and you're constantly saying to yourself, what's 2 minutes? What's 5 minutes? What's this? You know what I mean? And then on the second or third day, you start realizing like how weak you really are, because your spirit is not controlling your body, but your body is controlling your spirit. And so for me, that's the experience that I got from fasting, is that it helped put me more in a present state of mind and helped me understand the control of my spirit, that my spirit needs to control my body and not my body control my spirit. And I think in a lot of ways, or in a lot of people, their body is controlling their spirit and not their spirit controlling their body.
And that's one of my biggest challenges, I think, in life. And at this point, I almost feel like that's probably one of my purposes, to experience those challenges as far as like food and everything, because that's going to be a part of what helps me help others in the end. Mm-hmm. But the only way you can help anybody in anything is if you know about it, and the way you know about it is experience it. So you got to definitely help yourself first. And just even, so like when I would fast and then I would start eating again, and I was eating mostly plants, fruits and vegetables and nuts and all this good stuff, like I actually enjoyed the food. Like I would get up in the morning and I was still intermittent fast, like you were not quite like you were doing. I would like to do 11 to 7. I could eat during those hours, and then fast the rest of the time. And my first meal would be like fruit, and my favorite fruit is mangoes. I would sink my teeth into that mango, and like I would be smiling when I'd be eating. And I noticed when my diet isn't proper and stuff, I'm not even engaging in what I'm eating. It's just like, I'm just putting something in my body because I know I'm hungry or whatever. It's either salty or sweet or whatever and all that stuff. And I'm not feeling happy like that or feeling any type of goodness coming from it. And fasting actually, it was like, look, like this is life. You're putting life into your body, electricity, energy, and so I definitely trying to get back on that side of things.
Yeah, man. Well, good luck on the journey. You know what I mean? I think it's, I think it's an important one to take for anybody, to at least experiment with fasting to see how it could have an impact on life. Oh.
Can I check that?
Yeah, go ahead, Oscar.
A bit of fasting. I don't know that you've ever heard of OMAD. I put it in the chat. 1 meal a day, and it's something like gaining a bit of traction in the health industry. Like personally, when I wake up, all I take is water, lots of water. If I have a lemon, I put it in there. Seamoss, put it in there. It's all liquid. Mm-hmm. And during the day, I will eat. When I'm hungry, and most of the time it's only 1 meal a day, and I'm done. And I've slowly grown to be accustomed to that, and I'm really small. my frame is on the lower side. Yeah, so maybe that could help. The more food you take, the more energy you go to burn, and the more you use to excrete it. It's a whole process. Like limit yourself to eating healthy when you really use the food. You get so much energy. So maybe look into how much so that it might help.
Yeah.
You know what? I heard of that and I actually heard of it from a rapper. If you ever heard of Kevin Gates, I believe he eats 1 meal a day. And over like the past few years, like he's got an amazing shape. And he takes Seamoss as well. So I'll look into that for sure. Thank you.
I find taking the Seamoss helps and doing that 1 meal a day, because I might eat sometimes more than 1 meal a day, but it's not uncommon for me sometimes not even to eat anything for the whole day, except for the Seamoss in the morning. Especially, well, I was just going to say, especially if I'm busy at work. Pardon?
No, sorry. If you look at the history of the 3 meals, breakfast, it was actually a market that led to the formation of 3 meals in a day, trying to market breakfast products. But in actual fact, after a long fast, which is a sleep, when you sleep, that's a long fast, that's a fast. You're also supposed to overload your body with the meals immediately after sleeping. That's why you find people with bellies, so much gunk they can't get rid of breakfast. And then there's a lie I've been to propagate that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. It's all commercial. After a fast, you're supposed to gently ease the body. If you can maybe limit or eat only fruits, if you really have to eat something, and then slowly, gradually work yourself into a meal. That's it. Yeah, you find your motion regular. The other thing is, if the amount of food you eat should be equal to the amount of food you excrete. So if you're eating 3 times a day, then chances are you should be excreting 3 times a day. Otherwise, then there is a build-up of food in your system. And where does it go to? Get bigger and bigger, and chances are it's I've seen some videos of I don't know what they call it, where they put a TV tube camera inside your body and look at your gut. It's all that mucus.
I think it's a colonoscopy.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, they should have the camera up your butt to look and see the anal probe, Cartman style,
You know what? They have different ones now, where they do the flushes, and now they're putting like lemon and I don't know, just like different stuff in there to help it out. I don't know if that's necessary, but
I'm gonna be right back. 1 second.
What was that?
It's a saltwater flush. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know exactly the term, but it's like I used to live in San Diego, and there was places where you can go get like your colon cleanse, where they would, stick the tube up there and flush it all out and everything. And they had like a menu. they had different ones where, this one has lemon and this one has aloe, or like different stuff. And I'm just like, is that really necessary? I was just like, I ended up not trying that out. I was like, I needed to research more. I don't remember what happened with that, but saltwater flush, I've done that by drinking it with the Himalayan salt or the pink salt, and that works pretty well. I like to do more of like the strong like herbal teas with like the sarsaparilla and burdock and all that other stuff. Because I feel like it kills the parasites and everything.
Yeah, no, and chiming on what Mr. O said, but yeah, the saltwater flush is awesome. But just waking up, and you know how our body is just mostly water. So first off, waking up and putting water back into your body, because you have to think about it. When we're sleeping, and you know that from precipitation, you know like the cycle of how the Earth works. I'm pretty sure our body gets dehydrated. That's why, you know, when you wake up 3 o'clock in the morning, sometimes you just want to get that cold, crisp water, and it feels so good. It's far right back to like room temperature water.
Yeah.
Is that right? So that you're as you're sleeping, most likely, you know, you're losing water. So putting that replenishing your body, especially putting with a dab of Seamoss, probably does wonders. But I mean, it does do wonders. I do. I might do coconut water, but I do water on room temperature water. I need to try with some lemon or Seamoss. I haven't tried that personally. But and another thing, chiming on what you're saying too, in the same sense, vibrations and frequencies are really affected. My body is affected by vibration. So understanding that our body is water, you can most likely, I think, better that you can feel the body with a certain frequency and vibration. You just got, I just know I don't help you find it, but I think that you can, because when I listen to certain type of music, and especially like certain type of jazz and stuff, it'll take you mentally in a place. When I listen to Sade, just because mom used to play it all the time, it would make me feel a type of way. It would just bring me back a type of way of a certain feeling. So I still listen to Sade until I become those like certain things and certain I don't know the frequencies of certain things I listen to, but I'm pretty sure that it does.
You're kind of like fading out. I don't know if you're away from the mic or.
Oh, my bad. If that, yeah, I don't know if that happens. My phone.
He's just a super soft talker. It's like I always have to turn up the volume whenever he's talking.
I gotta put some more bass in my voice. Like,
yeah.
Yo, listen. But now, what I was saying was about the frequencies in our bodies being mostly water, and since we do have mostly water in our body, and vibration is water is affected by vibration, and frequency sends out vibration. So I do think that you can heal the body with certain vibrations or frequencies, if you want to say, but mostly vibrations. That's why we might say we vibing or etc. and all that, but it connects to us. If you even just saying like they have these like these pods that you just float in. I forgot the name of it. Like salt pods. It's like full of salt water.
Immersion pods.
Okay, exactly. So in these pods that you just float in, so you have almost like no vibrations inside, but you probably do like a little bit because of around and all that, like like everything around you. But it makes it you can just float there and you don't have to vibrate, etc. That's why you can clear your mind in this state and all that. So that's a way of healing by not even feeling vibrations and not like if you're very sensitive and you're an empath, in a way you sound like a empath in a way, because you're sensitive to certain things. But I mean, everybody has a little bit of that. But just saying so that if you are sensitive, you need to get away from it and like in that sense, not feel it for a while. So when you do feel it, you'll have a higher sense of it. So that's in a way that's like kind of faster from it, but yeah, I was just saying like, but I do think that vibrations can frequencies can heal people. But yeah, that was the basis of what I was trying to say.
Oh yeah, yeah. Somebody, well, quite a few people mentioned like we should like talk to our water before we drink it, like say affirmations or thank you and stuff like that before we drink it, because it's gonna receive that energy, and that's healing as well. You just made me think of that.
Wicked.
I definitely am an empath, and that was one thing that I never really realized until I was an adult, and I was like, oh, how do I stop absorbing people's energy and taking on like this energy and stuff, and
it's
all
hard.
that, and what was that?
I was saying it's hard, and it's funny. Like when you say that, it makes me think about a lot of the times when I have to deal with certain people and they have bad energies, and I feel it, and it's just like, you know what I mean? Like I have a cousin, right, and I love my cousin, but he's going through something in his life now where everything it's just pure negative energy. You know, he's just angry all the time, not upset. You know, every story he tells you, it's like about him getting into some confrontation with someone, this and that. And so like half the time like this is where you develop patience, right? Because part of me just wants to look at him and scream at him and say, bro, I do not give a shit about what you're fucking talking about. You know what I mean? Like I don't even want to hear it. Like you're just making me like feel down listening to you. Do you know what I mean? Like
Right.
you shouldn't even be telling yourself these stories. These are gonna make you feel bad. You know what I mean? Like, and it's so bad that I'm feeling it, but it's just like, oh, I just like I take it, right? But because I don't want, because I know if I'm honest with him, he would not see it the way, he would not understand the way I would explain it, and he would just take it as a personal thing, attack on him, and it would be more like I won't let him be who he is. You know what I mean? And it's just like, no, it has nothing to do, but like, or maybe yeah, I because I don't think this is who you should be. Do you know what I mean? Like you shouldn't be talking constantly about fights that you're getting into people on the street or how this person ripped you off or whatever.
I was thinking I'd like to chime in on that. I mean, sort of like a training. It's called non-violent form of communication.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you've heard of it. Apparently, it's something popular, but it's amazing the results you get out of that. And the facilitator, she's a lady who's worked for so long, 20-something years in prisons and in and when she talks about her experiences, they love her, they look for her, and these are people who negotiating with guns, and in gangs she's been brought up in a situation where people are fighting. They all have guns, they're just waiting for that switch to flip and they start shooting each other. And she usually calms them down. I don't know, I've been told my voice is a bit calm. But the thing is, if you get the skills of non-violent communication, you're a negotiator, and I'm sure you know all this. Maybe I'm not telling you anything new. But the thing is, and of course it takes so much patience because you have to sit. She listens. You see her going through the process.
Mm-hmm.
It takes so much. I think you have to be so absorbent, which I also say new. Mm-hmm. But the skills around it are amazing. And the repetitive words. So what I'm hearing you say is, and it changes somebody from being that energy vampire to something else. I don't know. Maybe you should be telling me this.
Yeah. No. I mean, everybody is learning. and new stuff, but yeah, you have to be careful. You have to protect your energy when you can, where you can, or else these guys, they will be like energy vampires and just steal it. You know what I mean? I also question like I sometimes wonder like is there more at play than I see than I realize? Like is there a spiritual part to this? Like could it be that my cousin is acting like this because he's being tormented on a spiritual level? Do you know what I mean? Because for whatever reason he's left his mind open to be weak so that, um these people start talking to them. Like I drive this lady from church and my like she's like borderline crazy. And when I kind of revealed it to my pastor, he was kind of like showing me that this is how these dynamic forces work into your mind. And as you give your mind the ability to leave more space open so that they can come in there and reside in there, they begin to build bigger space and they have more control over how they influence you. And that's why you hear these stories about how they heard voices talking to them and telling them this and that. Well, what if that was a like a negative force or an energy force that was like fucking with your head, making you think that you heard things when you're not? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll say this: like I've gone to my church on Fridays, and I've watched my pastor like perform pretty much like an exorcism. They call it deliverance, and so he will pray and start like chanting over these people that would come into the church, and several times, like I would watch these people get into states where that it's almost like there's no way that they could act like that, and the way that they're acting is beyond like what is normal for a human to behave like that. Do you know what I mean? And then they all of a sudden will like cough up all this shit, like phlegm and garbage out of their mouth. And that's like the pastor's like saying that's the negative spirit because they'll start going, and then, you know what I mean? Or they'll, it's just a really pretty like crazy. It's almost like I know as I explain it to you, you're not going to really believe me until you're there and you see it for yourself. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you this because I'm in the church. How do you say it? Management. So if there was some funny business going on, if there was like if this person was acting, I would have figured it out. I'm very observant. You know what I mean? And I'm at the church a lot. So there's no way that they could set up some meeting. You know what I'm saying? Like these people have some real problems. You know what I mean? And I even saw one of the people at our church, their son is an NBA player. And they brought him into the thing. And when this guy came in, it was like something's wrong. Like I would look at this guy and you could just tell something's wrong with him. Like something, his hair was all messed up. He just walked with this demeanor, you know what I mean? Just disheveled and everything. And then the pastor did the deliverance on him and prayed on him and all that kind of stuff. And then he came back a month later and then like he looked night and day compared to what like it was almost like when you saw how he looked now, you were like, yes, there was evil energy on that guy, and now you can see that there was no evil energy on him anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I don't know. I do. You know what? And I used to think that it was a problem because not everybody, but a lot of people throughout my life would always be like, "Oh, it's not that deep," and I'm like, "Well, there's something wrong with me because I'm always looking like way too deep from what other people say into everything. It can be like a simple conversation, and I'm like, I see further into it, and it's not what on the surface they're telling me. It's like I see past that, and came to a point when you have no guidance when it comes to like your spirit and those things that you feel you know and stuff. Like other people will make you feel like you're crazy, and it's like as I got older, I was like, no, like I know these things because they would always come full circle at some point. And so there's always been people in my life that were like, and I think I was one of these people to other people at times when I was going through stuff and was stuck in my ways or whatever and stuff. So I can honestly admit that. But there's been so many people that like come to me that always need this or need help or like literally I feel like they're sucking my energy. But like one of my best friends from when I was a kid, like she's still my friend now. It never fails. Like she's been doing hair since we were kids, and when she worked in a shop, and then she also had built a shop in her garage and everything. And it didn't matter at any point in life up until now. Every time like we talk, she buys Seamoss from me constantly. Every time we talk, she just sounds so down. She's like, "Hey, sis." I'm just like you sound like Eeyore. Every time we talk, I'm just staying prayed up, and I'm like, she's always saying this, but she always sounds so unhappy. And every time we link up, there's always some kind of problem, like how you're talking about your cousin and stuff. And I'm like, man, I was like, you need to just like take some time to yourself. Like, if you're always getting into it with these family members, why go around them? Like, you don't need that. Like, I don't know. Sometimes there's something in us that makes us just attached to what's familiar and not realizing that familiar is so heavy, and that's what's weighing us down. And we have this fear of the unknown, so we're like, you know, we don't know what's going to happen if we separate like from what we know. And we make that fear as heavy as what we're already in, but really once you get on the other side of that fear, it's like totally not what we thought it was. And so yeah, I don't know, like I get people like that all the time, just random people and everything. Like there'll be a parking lot full of people getting in and out their cars. I'll be in my car and somehow the person that's either asking for money or wanting something or whatever, or selling drugs or anything, somehow they all come up to me. I feel like, like, what do I look like? I look like the nice person that's gonna, you know, give you stuff every time or whatever and stuff. Like, it's just, I feel like people are like drawn to me in that way, and it's just crazy. I don't know. Like, so over the years, I have kind of been more of a hermit. And I don't want to be like that. I feel like I have a bigger calling in the world, and for me to achieve that, I have to be out amongst the people. Of course, there's going to be times, you know, where you take time for yourself, but I'm like, how do I, you know, I don't know, like, go out and do what I got to do. Like, I know that for me to be successful in life, I know that I need to be more thick-skinned. I feel like mentally I am, because like I'm so like hyper aware of things, but being in the physical realm and like actually going out to achieve certain things, like that's kind of a little bit different for me as far as
I have an idea for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to St. Lucia? Maybe.
To St. Lucia?
Yeah, go get to see how they, you know, the oceans there. Come
Not yet.
And you know, get to see how we do the seaweed here.
But you're talking St. Lucia in Africa, right?
Yeah, you know, you could maybe hold his hand and take him back home, or just okay. Bottom line, I'm just telling you to travel. When you limit yourself to your environment, there's something magical about traveling. Come to Africa. You know, I have a place here, a small garden I'm trying to get off the ground, and I will give you a hoe and a rake and walk you, barefoot, and it's next to a very beautiful beach, tropical climate all year long, sunny climate. Friendly people all around, so come travel, and you'll be as calm as most of us here, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely need to do something like that. I just gotta figure out financially how to do it, but I would love to do that. Africa, St. Lucia, wherever. Like, I just
Travel
went out
is
to.
you wouldn't believe it. It's so cheap. Plane travel tickets. It's cheap like you can't imagine. All you need to do is just do a budgeting, and then backpack your way. Take buses. It's so cheap. It's amazing. You won't believe. Even for the air ticket, it's something you'd work for a few days and you have the money for it. If not, there's always ways around it, and travel is so cheap.
What
you
I
don't have to live in the 5-star. Yeah.
What I've found is that once you put a dollar amount or you set a target, your brain starts to work towards achieving it, and it will use frequencies, law of attraction, whatever, to draw all this stuff together so that you have what you need. So I guess like what I'm trying to say is like Mr. O's right. Just get up and plan it. Plan like as if you have the money to go. You know what I mean? And then once you've made the conscious decision and you've set it as a universe that, I want to make this happen. Here's what I need to make it happen. Universe, give me what I need. It will come to you. Whether it's an idea, whether it's someone else creating an opportunity. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's something I was just thinking, like the universe is the most craziest thing. You know what I mean? Like, I was just thinking earlier before we started talking, like when you talked about energies and stuff like that, that like 9 times out of 10, I will walk into a place and it will have no one there. And then within 15 minutes, the place is packed.
That's been happening to me like everywhere I go.
Everywhere you go. It's crazy. It's like you're just drawing this stuff. And so the universe just like we have these abilities that we don't even know that we know. What if we are transmitting and what if we have the ability to think subconsciously and just send subliminal messages, some subconscious thoughts and you know what I mean? Read people's minds, but we just don't understand how to do it.
Hey, Julien, you have me wanting to come over to Canada one day. Is there any possibility of you making it happen?
Depends on how that possibility is. Like if you need me to write you a letter or something like that, yeah, I can do that to make it happen. But if it's to give you something financially, I don't know.
No money.
Okay.
I'd really love to come over. Maybe that an invite, maybe seaweed something to come see how. Maybe we could make something out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Come.
Make it happen. I'm game. I'm open. I could do that. Today I am a farmer, so I'm free most of the times and drop everything and just come.
Yeah, if even just to walk around and see how people live out there would be like kind of like somewhat mind-blowing. So
it's as simple as that. Yeah.
Cality's like, Mike, is that you? I don't think there's a Mike. It's Mr. O, Oscar. He's from Kenya, and we're talking on Clubhouse. I have the Instagram going, and there's a friend of mine on here. His name's Khalid, and so he was asking if you were Michael or Mike. It's like, no, that's not Mike. Not today. Are you there, Khalid? You can hear me, right? You can talk. Can you hear me? You there, Khaled?
You hear me, Julien?
Yep, I can hear you now.
I'm so sorry, I'm typing and I can talk. But yeah, Julien, I had saw a childhood friend chime in, but he chimed right back out.
Oh.
Real quick. He did it quick, so I think it was quicker than you could tell.
Yeah, I didn't even see it.
You didn't see anyone that says B, it said B Mike?
No.
Okay.
I saw Prince Nice Bell. I saw someone Be Nice Bell. Is that who you mean?
That's right. That's my childhood friend, Michael Dale.
Oh.
He chimed in and then he chimed back out, right?
Yeah. There's only Seamoss Blends really watching right now.
Okay. But I love y'all discussing, Julien. I was hoping you could transition into my circumstance that happened.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about your shit.
Energy and, things I could do,
I think you just let it go. Not worry about it. I think that I think you're worrying about it too much, about what these people perceive or whatever. Fuck them. You know what I mean? They either like you or you don't. That's what I learned. You can't make everybody like you. You can be a likable person, but some people are just, you know what I mean? And to me, I feel like you're not doing anything wrong. Okay, yeah, maybe you got a little emotional about the deal, but I get it why you felt that way. Do you know what I mean? I question what I'll say this: the way she handled it was unprofessional, right? And it was bad for business. Like if you're serious about running a business, you shouldn't have handled it that way, right? But I don't know. The way I'm gonna laugh when it comes down the line and she's trying to sell Seamoss less than 100 pounds. Do you know what I mean? Or tries to sell Seamoss for 20 pounds or less to people, because in some ways, do you know what I mean? That's what you were asking, and she said I can't provide that. So I'm kind of wondering, okay, well, if you can't sell less than 20 pounds, right, or less than 100 pounds or whatever it is, why are you in the group?
Yeah, she achieved her goal. She ended up with one buyer, and that was her goal from the very beginning, and we knew that. She was trying to make a quick sale.
Yeah, she was trying to make a quick sale. Now, was the story that she talked about, the shed thing, real or not?
Probably.
Yeah, it's a little bit iffy. You know what I mean? But I think it's like, if she had intentions of selling to one buyer, she should have made it clear. Like, I'll either do this or I'll do that. You know what I mean? She wasn't really transparent. And so that's where I understood why you were upset. You know what I mean? I think her problem looking back is that she didn't show enough empathy towards you to say, okay, you know what I mean? And I think you wouldn't have reacted as much had she been a little bit more empathetic to how she was, being unprofessional. She was trying to make it seem like I didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean? And in a way you felt like you were wronged, right? So as a business, I think it's important to rectify that or fix that, especially being as someone that is the type of person to talk about your product. You know what I mean? Like,
so Julien, I got a quick question for
yeah.
you. Can you hear me, Julien?
Yep, I can hear you.
She ended up putting in my inbox that she sold it to Seamoss King. But I think she mixed it up with Seamoss Boss. And then as I started arguing with the other guy, I realized that he said he purchased it. And he's not Seamoss Boss or Seamoss King or Moss King. So Moss King had got crossed up in it.
Yeah.
And the Tata, is that lady named Tayda?
Yeah, Tayda.
You know her?
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah. So they went off on me, and they said that I said his name, but she actually, I sent the screenshot. She said, Seamoss King.
Yeah.
I didn't know what she was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I just was showing everybody what she was saying.
It seems like a miscommunication, but
check it out. Hold up. Let me tell you. So Seamoss boss posted a post, and with him and that Tater girl going back to back, saying that someone's saying their name publicly, but they should do it privately if they need to do it. But they didn't do it for me.
Mm-hmm.
I just ordered from Seamoss, from Moss King.
Yeah.
Why didn't he go to me privately and practice what he preached? And say, hey, Khalid, you just purchased from me. You saying my name publicly and whatever is concerned in the inbox. Why didn't he practice what he preached?
Yeah. Well, listen, let me address this after I do this because I'm getting a countdown timer. I've passed the 4-hour limit. So let me stop this live stream so I can save it. And I'm going to start it right back. Come back onto the conversation and we'll finish you know what I mean? I'll answer your question. Okay?
All right. God bless.
Bless you. Sorry, you gotta conform to the Instagram, you know, their what do they call it? Their algorithm or whatnot.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I had an idea, man. If one of y'all don't have this for your brand in this room, because he just shut it down. So whoever take it, Sony get a Trident and have it as a brand. Even how King Trident holding it, but I was just thinking about Julien holding a Trident because it's like all the forget. Oh crap! It's trouble in the sea.
That would be pretty cool. Like I'd be like that Captain Nemo or whatever. Is that the guy? The guy. The guy with the trident. Who is that guy? He's some kind of like what's the word I'm looking for?
Superhero.
Yeah, he's like some kind of superhero.
Oh, Aquaman.
Yeah, Aquaman.
Hold
That's
on, Aquaman. Hold on.
Does Aquaman have the trident? I don't know. I don't think he does.
Dang, is it Aquaman? It's Aquaman, right? Yeah. He has a trident, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, one of them in the DC universe. In the DC universe, he has long blonde hair and all that stuff. Yeah. What else?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get this live back going so he can talk about this. Let's talk more about Seamoss.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to Africa too. I'm trying to go to Canada too.
You should, man.
Yeah, one day for sure.
Well, set the day. One day will never come.
Nah, it's not even that, man. Like I told you, like you think you might be thinking, but really, it's just like I have to get like some paper.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Wait, I mean, when I can do it abroad, because I really do think like Mr. O ain't wrong. There's something happening. If you have the means, if you straight like think like you just get your passport and you can leave the country, it's not. It's like I really there because a lot of people like talk about traveling and they don't go. It's fair. It's like, oh, do you hear what they do in Mexico? Or even when they talk about the Bahamas, man, or even in Africa, they be like, oh, when you go over there, they're gonna kidnap you. You can't dress like that when you go to Africa because they're gonna see you, they're gonna like you. They have all these stipulations and stuff in their head already just because of things people said, stigmas people been saying, stuff they seen on movies, and they don't talk to people like Mr. O and stuff like that. They don't talk to people like who stay over there to really get the feel because. I mean, some people might make it look better than it is, or some people might make it look like less than it is, but you know, people will give you the truth about it, their experience, their perspective of it. And that's what people think. Like, every place in the world. Some places are worse than each other, and yes, some places you can just walk around blinged out and stuff like that, but, you know, your environment. But yeah, okay.
True. Yeah. But I got.
Let me chime in about the cheap ways of traveling, like volunteering, get into the Peace Corps, or some agencies even pay your airfare. You go do some bit of work somewhere, and it's nothing complicated. You get the opportunity to travel, to even get paid sometimes, or you apply for some job remote somewhere, which anybody can do. Just because you are maybe American, you get a few privileges here and there. So there's so many ways of traveling cheaply.
Trying to get some stuff done through the process of getting done faster. If I was to go through like a Peace Corps or something like that, if I provide my services, could you help me? Some services, which would be awesome. But absolutely. Thank you.
Was that for me or?
I think so, but he was in and out.
If anywhere would be possible. Yeah, I have a non-profit here. If they need someone letter done or anything done, I'd be more than happy to
put it together.
To assist. You come over. Yeah, just let me know. I'll share my contacts if you want.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. So let's get back with Khaled. Khaled's back in the scene here, and we were talking about the stuff. So yeah, I don't really know exactly what happened with that scene and how Moss King got mentioned and stuff like that. I just know I don't think he's upset or there's any issue. He's just the kind of guy that just he doesn't talk much. And so when he does, he just puts it out there. It's just the real deal. And then he's kind of moved on. And so I think that's the case with him. He's, if I were to call him and say, what do you think? It'd just be like, whatever, You're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you got a bad reception or you're away from your Wi-Fi, but I couldn't hear you. You sounded like a robot. Oh, I think we might have lost him. We'll see if he comes back.
Am I still in?
I can hear you now.
All right. I just wanted to let you know that I know Austin is an awesome dude. I want so much fun down with you guys. It's just that I think when we all get caught up in the moment, we're not realizing what we're saying. And I know they had a point, but I was just trying to reiterate what she was saying. And what she was saying, I didn't know exactly what she meant. I just put up a screenshot, showing that she mentioned that she sold it to this Seamoss team.
Mm-hmm.
And so I apologize to him, for saying Martin, because he said that's not him, whatever she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But they went on and on about me saying something publicly, and I could have did it privately. But I'm saying, why didn't you guys do it privately? Why didn't Taylor or Martin invite you and say, can you get doing that?
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. Only they know. Only they know. You have to ask them.
Yeah, it's over. It was just a rough week.
Yeah, don't, bro. This is fucking nothing. You know what I mean? Like,
You ever been through some crazy stuff like that?
like every fucking day. Bro, if you follow the comments and the shit I say, I'm constantly getting into battles and arguments. I started the live stream today because I was trolling some guy because he started commenting some shit on my TikTok or my Instagram page about how St. Lucia is the source of all the fake Seamoss. It's like, are you kidding me? What the hell are you talking about? Like, where do you get that information from? You know what I mean? And so, like I was saying earlier in the beginning of the show, I don't have a problem if people tell the truth. If the information was real and factual, then I'd just leave it alone. But it's not. They're lying. They're making shit up. They don't even know what they're talking about. They don't even know Seamoss. You know what I mean? Like how much you spent like an hour looking up Seamoss, reading what was generally there. You know what I mean? And now you want to tell me? You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay. So because you saw on someone's website that's selling Seamoss from another country, tell you that this country is, you know what I mean? Like automatically it's fake. Like I don't know. People irritate me. About what?
About the discussion you guys were having about the energy that wants to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the different things talk about church and you know, when you come to a place and burn it up and you walk in the restaurant, you go in the back.
Mm-hmm. Yo, bro, you have no idea how many times I've gone into places and people are like, when they like kind of like clue in that I'm there, they're just like, what the hell did he get in here? You know what I mean? Or I'll just walk through somewhere and people are like, no, what are you doing? You can't go through there. And I'm like, yes, I can. You know what I mean? And I'm in and out before they even realize that I was there, you know? So, but what's crazy mostly is how I go into public places and it'll be empty. And then 2 minutes after I'm there, the whole place is packed full of people. That, you know what I mean, is something that I always find like eerie or just like, ooh, like, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I feel like I have that attractive energy to me that when people are around me, they want to know who I am and what I'm about. I invoke that curiosity for sure. Well, that's because I'm a child of God. You know what I mean? I serve God like daily. That's like most of what my life's about. You know what I mean? If it's not selling real estate, if it's not selling Seamoss, I'm helping someone some way. Yeah. Huh? Sorry? Oh, hell yeah. Bro, you know how much money I make in real estate? Trust me, I'll never give up the real estate. The real estate's like too easy, you know? The market that I'm in here is hot. It's hot. Like houses are going up 20% year over year. Huh? Yeah, I do all the showings. I do mostly listings. So I list properties. But I show buyers, sellers. I work with mostly real estate investors. So I help people identify and analyze investment properties for income potential. So I show people like in areas where, this is the price of the property. This is what we estimate for construction costs. And this is our after repair value estimate. If you want to rent it out, this is what you'll get for renting it. This is the kind of returns that you expect year over year and, all that kind of stuff. So I'm skilled in being able to like analyze properties and I've developed this like, I guess, ability to just know a good deal. Do you know what I mean? Like I can look at something and be like, get that. You know what I mean? And it might look bad on paper, but in the end, it's the best deal ever. You know what I mean? Mm. Yeah, I was just actually going to tell you about one of my best investments ever, and I believe it was something that God like gave to me, and at the time I had no idea how I was going to buy it, and it was just the universe presented the opportunity and worked it out in a way that the the property came back to me. So it was a joint venture deal. And what had happened was someone had like died in this place. So it's been sitting vacant for like 3 months. And so the the property was it was listed for 189,000, and I put in an offer for 145. And so I got it. Looking back, I should have did 125, right? But I was afraid that someone else was going to see the property and jump on the deal. So huh? Yeah, and outbid me. So so when I was looking at this property, I was showing it to other like my investor clients, and I'm kind of like, you should get this and that. Everybody was like, oh, I don't know, the numbers don't look good, blah 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 blah. So I'm having lunch with another buddy of mine. These are guys from school. One of them is a real estate agent, and the other guy, fuck, I don't know what he does, but I've known him from like high school and the parties, right? Although I wasn't really that tight with him, right? I was more tight with the other buddy of mine that's an agent. So I'm showing him the deal, and I'm like, yo, bro, you guys should get this. This is money, blah, blah, blah. So the realtor friend goes, I don't know. It's not for me. I got some other shit tied up, this and this and that, right? So I'm thinking it's going to be the end of it. The other guy goes, hey, I'll give you the money. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'll give you the money. I got 40 G's right here. You know what I mean? So he ended up giving me the money to do a joint venture. Now, what was funny is that the requirement for the deal, the joint venture deal, was that he was going to qualify for the mortgage. I was going to cover all the construction and 50-50. And for that, I needed 40,000 from him. So my first red flag should have been that he came in with 35 and had some story about the not having the extra 5. So I was like, okay, whatever. I can, scratch some corners, basically, save some dollars here and there, and maybe I make it work, right? So we bought the place, and then within like 2 weeks, he comes to me. He's like, "Yeah, I need like 1,500 of that money," and I was like, "Okay, here you go. It's your money, right?" So he comes back and is like, "I need another 2,000," and I'm just like, "Wait a minute! Like, you can't keep coming back to me and pulling this. This was supposed to be an investment. You know what I mean?" So it turns out that the guy acted like he had all this money and he didn't, right? And this is how I feel God like was in my favor in a way. So he ended up basically coming back to me and is like, look, I need my money now and this and that. I know I signed this agreement. I'll take $5,000 less if you just, like cut me out, cut me a check, da 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 da. Just give me 30 instead of 30. So I was like, okay, fine. And I scraped up on the money and I paid him out. That's how I bought him out. So the house was listed for 189. We bought it for 145. I put 15,000 in the renovations, gutted the whole thing, maybe 15, 20. That property, I bought that in 2016. That property now is worth 450,000. Yeah, and so I have a mortgage on it for just under 100,000. I owe like 90,000, and so 350,000 equity in that property. Yeah, that I bought with none of my own money. Yeah, I basically used all his money, and then because he needed his money back, I basically, what I mean, hustled, grabbed all the money, and paid him back. And so now, and it was a good thing because he wanted to do a flip on the property, and I wanted to do a buy and hold, right? And we were arguing about it. And I was just kind of like, bro, this is my job. This is what I do. I'm telling you, we do, like, we flip it. We're only making 10 grand, if that, after all the expenses. Now the property is worth 350. It cash flows just under $700 a month. Can you imagine if he would have stayed in? He was sharing that. Yes, I would have to share the 350. I would have only got 350. So now, and I would have had half the equity. You know what I mean? And the guy fucking, was making my life miserable trying to explain to him why I wanted to do, like, to trust me, basically, that I know what I'm doing. And you don't even know any of it. No, he didn't know any of it. I'm talking about as of now, what you're saying. Does he know what?
Everything you just said was, he doesn't know any of it.
No. And I don't think he knows, like, I haven't talked to him in a few years. I don't think he knows that how much well, I think he has an idea now. He's probably kicking himself. But for a long time, like, he didn't realize, like, I'm making money off that property. But I told my buddy the other day, I was like, bro, that was like the biggest mistake your friend ever made. You know what I mean? He should have held on to his cut, and he'd be laughing right now. You know?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I got a similar story about where I live. It's a real bad market here in the state.
Uh-huh.
And it's a seller's market. And every bid we got in was like 20 offers.
Mm-hmm.
And then we wanted to went into these bid wars, and everybody was even up to the 30,000, 40,000. But we ended up getting our house at my old house was 3,300 square feet. The new one I'm in now is 6,600.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up getting it for 390.
That's not bad.
And it was crazy. The market was insane. And we got it with an HSA loan.
Mm-hmm.
On top of it, which got some good rate. Nice. And another thing people were doing that was waiving the inspection. It was getting brutal. The offering and the competitors. So we got down. My wife wrote a letter to the lady that owned the house, and she ended up choosing us.
Mm-hmm.
In the case, we ended up coming in doing new flooring, new windows, new patio doors. My God, you probably saw me post about the solar panel.
Mm-hmm.
I did a new paint, custom paint, professional, not rinky dink, none of that shit. The real deal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
From an equity perspective. Well, I mean, so if the house is worth now, we got it at 390. We had about 550. That's it. It's great.
So how much is it worth? And you put 550 in it?
It's worth about 550 now.
How much did you put into it though to get it to 550?
Well, we did all around windows. We got a total of 2 patio doors. So we did that. We did
How many windows?
Huh?
How many windows? Huh?
We did the roofing. You hear me?
Yeah, I heard the roofing. I didn't hear how many windows.
Oh man, I can't remember.
I'm trying to estimate what your repair value was based on what you're telling me.
I think it was probably 27.
Yeah.
And 2 patio doors.
The patio doors are probably like $600-700 a piece, right? Were they more?
It was a big deal.
Wow.
One deal.
Well, I guess yeah, to get the doors installed too, they cost money.
That's right. You know it's cold.
Yeah. Winter time.
And then I got a wraparound deck done here.
Nice. That's a lot of value.
It covers a quarter of the property.
Uh-huh.
We got 2 acres, 2.5 acres of yard.
Whoa.
It's bananas.
Bro,
We did a lot of work though.
listen, 2 acres in Toronto would be like 3 million. Easily 4 million. Actually, I just had a friend of mine who sold a house. Now, mind you, it was in a prime real estate area. It's in this area called the Beaches, and his is like a waterfront property. Like literally, you look across the street, it's the lake. And he had a lot 55 feet by 65 feet, and it was a 3-story duplex or triplex that his parents had owned, and they sold it for 4 million. Or sorry, 4.5 million. Yeah, it was probably bought for like 100,000 back in the 80s.
But I would love to know the real numbers. But we did the kitchen and bathroom. You know that up the property was that.
Mm-hmm.
The deck is tremendous. Words can explain in space when you add those decks. The roof, the windows, those are just key components. It's just up and down the back. So I would love to know that. I was feeling when appraiser came through, I forgot we had called for like an insurance. We had they found a deal. Deal that we can close on the house. And he was saying it's worth about 5 times this.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to get an appraiser to see the real value from 392 to now.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think during the work that got done?
The work that you got done, how much do I think it's worth?
Yeah, how much do you think it get up? Something that's 392,000 opposed to all that work and all this contract.
Well, it sounds like you spent probably this under 100,000, maybe 60, 80, right? Because you got what? The kitchen? You got the kitchen done and the bathroom?
Yeah, you know I got 2 full kitchens too. One in the basement. I got a full door level.
Okay, so 120 you probably spent, right?
Probably 150.
Yeah. So you almost got what your value was on it, right? Because it was 390 plus the 150, so that's 550. And how much is it now? 690 or 5? What was the price?
Well, the price is kind of above the top of the year, like 500.
I'd have to see the house. I could probably tell you how much it's worth just by looking at it, and just kind of seeing what the comps are in the area and stuff like that. Here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, house values are subjective. It really comes down to who's willing to pay for it. You know what I mean? And you go by the market comps, but you can also show unique value in that particular property if you know how to present it. And at the end of the day, all it takes is you finding one person that agrees with you.
Wow. What about the area? Does that make a difference to other people?
Oh, totally. Yeah, area makes everything. Area sets the prices. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're in an area where you're close to parks or close to like a school that's sought after, you're going to get more money, you know what I mean? Or if you're in an area near mass transit or an area where there's a high level of tech jobs or, you know, high net worth jobs, your values are going to be higher.
What about shopping?
What about who?
Shopping mall. Shopping.
It depends on the shopping mall. Plazas don't really add value, but like a luxury mall or some kind of mall where you have like, you know, high-end anchor tenants, those will tend to probably, because there'll be areas where a lot of tourists will want to like come in and stay around, and so, you know, it's usually good property values from that. Rich people want to be where it is. I try, you know what I mean? Well, I always knew as a kid, you know what's funny? Part of the reason why I'm so knowledgeable is this, is that I knew a long time knowledge was power. And as a black kid in like an all white neighborhood, I felt like I was in a disadvantage. And so in order to level the advantage, you know what I mean, to kind of like, or it's not even that I felt I was in an advantage. I was always constantly told that I was in this disadvantage because of my color or because of my age or something like that. And so to me it was like, okay, well, how do I fight this disadvantage? I increase my power. How do I increase my power? I get more knowledge. So I'm just that guy, like subconsciously, is always looking to learn new things, always looking to add to my ever library of knowledge, because I know that the more knowledge I have, the more power I have, whether it's just controlling conversations or being able to connect with someone. Do you know what I mean? Like I can talk to anybody about anything, anywhere, anytime, and find something relevant between the two of us because of my vast of knowledge. That's power.
That is.
It's huge power.
You know what else? You know what else that is? That means that you will have no problem with women.
Where do you think I got most of my practice? Yeah. Bro, I used to love women. Oh my God. Growing up as a teenager, like, I used to have a Casio phone book. I was the only one in my friends that had one. And I remember getting it from this place called Consumers Distributing, which was basically like the Amazon of the day, where you would, or they would send, it was like the Sears catalog. Remember Sears when they would send you that catalog? Yeah, and you go through it, want it, need it, want it, got it, want it. So I had this keyboard. It had 32 kilobits, which was like revolutionary at the time. It could hold something like 1,000 contacts, and I had nothing but pure girls' phone numbers in these contacts. And so, like, on a weekend when we were doing nothing, I could just flip this book, and I could literally have a party full of girls at my house. Like, just like make some, yeah. So imagine, so you know who was really popular growing up, right? Like all my buddies was like, oh, link me up with that, because I had more girls than I knew what to do with, literally. And and what's crazy is I used to be big and overweight. So like I was like the typical guy that you would be like, this guy gets no girls, and yet I'm like, I used to be 220, 225 pounds when I was like 16, 17. And they used to nickname me Wallets because my ass was so big that it looked like when I walked, it looked like I had two giant wallets in my ass. How did I lose the weight? I exercised, but I also took this stuff called chromium bicolinate. So I took it. This was in my teenage years. I took just before I think I turned 19. I took a high dose of chromium bicolinate, and I was also taking bromium or bromelain or something like that, which was like pineapple extract. And what that does is it breaks down the fat. So it was that, and then I also think I started this job as a busboy working at this nightclub, and the nightclub had like Canada's largest like patio. And I was like head bar back or something. So I was constantly running around the whole complex doing this, doing whatever. I think I lost so much weight in such a short time that my mom thought I was on drugs. And she like called me like crying, like begging me to tell her the truth if I was on crack. I was like what? Like what? She's like, please, it's just not normal. Like, I don't understand what's wrong with you. Why are you on drugs? Are you taking crack? I was like, what the fuck? Like, no. Like, I don't even know what crack looks like. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was like, oh, like, no way. Like, meh. So it was just exercise, walking. Walking, you lose a lot of weight. People don't realize that. But if you walk, say 5 kilometers a day, you'll, I don't care how big you are, you're gonna lose weight.
Walking, bike riding, and swimming. You use a lot of muscles that you don't normally use. When you're lazy, in your lazy stages, you don't use some of those muscles.
No, you're right. Swimming is really good. Yeah. I used to.
Julien, I'm gonna back off. I know other people got stuff to say. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably open up the floor to see if anybody wants to say anything, but I am going to kind of start wrapping it up a little bit because it has been 4.5 hours. It's like sometimes I look back and I'm just like, bro, I can't believe I commit to this time to do all this stuff. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's so easy to do because I enjoy talking to you guys every week. Do you know what I mean? I enjoy the conversations we have. I enjoy the opportunities to explore new ideas, to discuss things. Like, you know, I can't tell normal people about my ideas on the infinite intelligence. They'll think I'm nuts. You know what I mean? Like,
It's time for you to go to the next level.
huh?
You know what you got to do? I said it's time for you to go to the next level. You got to do a documentary, Rob. You got to find a real professional director of some sort with the right cameras and the high tech and do a Seamoss with all of us, our testimonies. They come to Wisconsin and show at the bottom, Lee Rogers, Wisconsin, my little story for 30 seconds and just moving around the world, where we want. I mean, all over, man. You in St. Lucia, it would be so nice. Moss Boss,
There is some. Sorry to cut you off. There is some talks about that. I think with Ricky from Gold Seamoss, and then also Battle from Thing. I think it would be cool. Although if I were to do it, I would more focus on the story on how Seamoss has impacted and changed people's lives, not just on a health level, but just like on an all-encompassing level. Do you know what I mean? And how us in the business, people that didn't know anything about business or hadn't started business before, how they were able to take this, you know what I mean, and sort of, get started into something that they never thought that they would be.
And everyone likes those documentaries now. A lot of people don't like the reality TV and the depressing news. People like documentaries.
Yeah, they're like real life stories. But what's crazy, and I was saying this to my partner the other day, maybe about 2 weeks ago, everything that I said that we were going to do and accomplish, we've almost accomplished.
Wow.
That's crazy. And I remember when I told him all this stuff, like, these are our goals, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to accomplish. He looked at me like, okay, I trust you, but I don't know how he put it, but it was kind of like you're serious, like you really think we're going to do this, like you and I'm like, watch us, watch what happens. And honestly, I haven't even really gotten serious.
But what did you do when you were in my state? I don't even know what else to do. I got caught. I said, I wonder what you do when you were in my state. I'm at 48 years old.
Yeah.
I'm in a midlife crisis buying every 19 the late 80s sneaker I can find. I'm in every sneaker trading thing, trading sneakers, buying, trying to learn about Seamoss, trying to figure out the second half of life, what interests me, how to stay excited, and I can't figure out where to go with the Seamoss from here. The gel's doing good, I love selling it, I love using it, but I don't know if I need a website, I don't know if I really want one, I don't know if I really want all the responsibilities.
No. Are you happy now with what you're doing?
Can you tell doing it?
Huh? What?
Can you tell them? I said, can't you tell I'm like crazy happy?
Then just keep doing what you're doing. Don't change. Don't change unless you think that what the change is going to do is going to make you more happy. But if you're happy in the state that you're in, then just stay in that state.
Yeah, don't turn it into something where it'll become stress and not fun.
Yeah.
I think if I get that website and get too serious with labels, I'm not there yet.
Well, then don't get serious with your labels. Have you seen our labels? You've seen my labels. I have the worst labels out of everybody. Pretty much. You should know. Go look at all the packaging. Mine's done with like clip art. Huh? You have a what full of my shit? Yes, all the stuff. Yeah. But you'll see on the packaging, the label that I have, it was not fancy. I spent 10 minutes on that label. And I used a Brother QL 700 label printer that I had already bought from another business that I had. And so, what? Yeah, I picked the cheapest and fastest way for me to print labels. The only thing I really spent much time was the bag. But even the bag, I copied it from Akeem Pierre. I used the same style bag.
Did you ever sell gel glue?
No. No. No, I went straight into like large scale Seamoss. Our first shipment was 200 pounds. And then we moved up from there. We went from 200 pounds to 1,000 pounds to 4,000 pounds. Then we did like another, like we kept doing every couple months, couple thousand pounds. Now we're shipping anywhere between 1,000 to 3,000 pounds a month. Huh?
I said, so if a person can make what I've seen with my own hands and off chair, you guys got to be making, you got to be insane.
I wouldn't say it's insane, but it's enough to change people's lives. And so, what was I going to say? The gel is good money, man. You know? It really comes down to the energy you put into it, the time.
Hey, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Each person different too. Each person got their own path.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever connects with you and your circle, it's just whatever God wrote for you know that person. So I can't compare myself to anyone. And a lot of times too, it's not about your knowledge. If you guys got a lot of knowledge, I don't. It's your energy. It's your passion.
Desire.
They can feel it. They can feel your testimony. They can feel your belief in it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to be a part of that energy.
Mm-hmm.
They'll order $24. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
But I feel like a lot of people in the space are not pushing it to the extreme of what they can do. Right? They're very playing it safe and keeping it easy. And they're not spending, like, to give you an example, I spend at least 6 hours a day working on this business, whether it's procuring like new business, messaging people, you know what I mean? Like whatever, going over ads, this and that. It's at least 6 hours a day.
Your wife let you?
Huh?
Your wife?
Is my wife with me?
I said, your wife let you do this?
Yeah. So the only reason why is because I agreed to give her all the commissions for the sales for the real estate.
I would never agree to that.
I don't know why I agreed to that.
Man, I just went to Home Depot today because, you know, our spring is
here. Yeah.
So I went and started to get, you know, tree plumbers, you know, just different things for the yard to get the yard back to life.
Yeah.
You know, coming back to life. And man, I like using, you know, the commission.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know what I was thinking, right? But at the same time, this is how much I love Seamoss, that I'm willing to put it all on the line and how much I believe in it. And like when you're talking about the potential to make money, like I don't know if you've seen that guy Alexio, that was sometimes on the live streams. He's from a company called Transformation Factory, and he's doing $500,000 a month.
Yeah, $1 million.
Yeah, 6 million in gross sales. Do you know what I mean? And
I'm bragging about 5K.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy is what's crazy and what bothers me more than anything is the amount of people that feel away when you're like saying that. Do you know that a couple people message me and been like, "Oh, this is not how the group should be. We're supposed to be. It shouldn't be showing your shoes." And I told them to fuck off politely. Because to me, it's like, you know what? If this guy wants to get on the stage and be like, hey, the Seamoss did this for me, and this is what Seamoss I'm excited for, and I'm blessed because of, fuck yeah, do it. Yeah. And show the people why he survived for us. Yeah. Why we love Seamoss. Know what Seamoss did for us in our life. Yeah. Not your life, not her life, not his life, your life. Yeah. It's my hobby. This is what I like to do with all this shit. Yeah. You know, how could they not love that? I don't know. And then they start going on, well, if I had the money, this is like, you, dude, you're fucking full of shit because you're not doing that. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, so suddenly you got money, you're going to become this saint? Like, the crazy thing is this, too, with my limited knowledge, at least I'm doing everything in real time. Yeah. I'm showing you deliveries that just got dropped off by DHL. Yeah. I'm busting it right open in front of you. Bro, I'm also showing you shoes that I just got with the same order. More money. I'm not hoping. I'm not wishing. I'm not promising. Yeah. I'm really showing you in real time what the fuck I'm doing. But here's the thing. Does doing that make you feel good to do it? It does. Then don't give a shit about anybody else. Because you're responsible for your happiness. Do you know what I mean? And if that's what it takes to make you happy, do it. Because at the end of the day, it's your motivation that's going to put food on the plate, on the table, not theirs. You're not there to satisfy them or to get validation from them. Don't we all got hobbies though? Is it just me? No. We're all human. Everyone got to have hobbies. Exactly. Well, I don't have too much of the hobby, but I get into other things. I'll spend my money. I'm showing the bees. Do you know what I mean? I'm showing stuff that I've like. I don't know if I've showed too much stuff that I bought. You do the honey, right? Yeah, but that's what money comes from the Seamoss, and that's why I'm showing it because it makes me happy. Do you know what I mean? I put the solar panels up. That's green. Yeah. Bro, everything I'm doing because it makes me happy. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I've learned in business is like, there's two ways to do it. You either build something that you want and hope that people come to you, or you chase after people hoping that you can give them something that they want. That's right. And they know doing like a snooker business, it's like a stock market now. Mm-hmm. You don't have to, that stuff is an investment now. Yep. Huge. Back in the day. Huge. But now you can trade sneakers. You buy a pair of sneakers for $200, you can sell them for $600. Mm-hmm. Do they not know this? They're haters. They're jealous because they don't have something like that. Because if they had a hobby, if they had a sneaker thing, then they would understand. So it's almost like when you don't have something that someone else has, and they're happy with it, and you don't have it, it's easy to be like, oh, well, you know what I mean? That's not saving the world. Like, fucking who cares? Like, is that all we're here for? Like, you know what I mean? Like, some people want to do them. You know, that's why I said in the comment, I'm like, Joe, if that makes you fucking happy, and you sell more Seamoss because you're happy, then do it. Mm-hmm. You know, and that way she can, you know. Yeah. Yeah. And then she's. Mm-hmm. But thank you for talking to me, Julien. I won't buzz you, I promise, for a long time. I'll sit back and listen. Okay. Sounds good.
Well, good night, brothers.
All right, man. Good night. Good night. I'm going to stay here for a few minutes, though, and kind of, I guess, close out the night. Mr. O, like you sent me that message about helping you out for Canada. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally open to doing it. It all just depends whether or not I can do it. You know what I mean? If it's something I can do, then I'll do it. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? But I think you need to home in where you want to go in Canada, because Canada is so huge. And I'm in Toronto. And so if you need to go somewhere else besides Toronto, then I would need to work with you to figure out how to make that possible, because I would be only limited to somewhat my jurisdiction, if that makes sense. But I don't know if it's something where there's a letter or something, you know what I mean, or you want someone to kind of vouch for you, then yeah, sure, let's do it. You know what I mean? I can even invite you, say you're coming here to meet me to discuss Seamoss or something like that. But I think if you're going to come to Canada, you need to, well, I guess you know this, you plan to make sure that you maximize the time that you're here and that you accomplish all the stuff that you look like, you know, that you want to accomplish while you're here, so that the trip is worthwhile. So does anybody want to talk about anything before I kind of end the night? We've been all over the place tonight. Wow, it's pretty crazy.
You started talking about bromelain, and I hadn't really read up too much on it, but I know that it was something in Dr. Sebi's little line of products that he had, and now bromelain powder. And I was interested because I know he subscribed to like this alkaline list of foods, and he didn't eat hybrid foods and all this stuff, and I guess pineapple was one of them, which I refuse to give up because pineapple is just amazing, and it also does actually really it is anti-inflammatory. I gave it to one of my friends when she was pregnant. I just made her fresh pineapple juice because her ankles were swollen, and it went down right away. So, like, I feel like if it works, it works. But, and you're saying something about the bromelain being in the pineapple skin. I'm, like, just wondering, like, well, where else can he get it from? If he's not eating pineapples, is he still getting it from the pineapples? That just struck that thought in my head, like, is he, I don't know.
Maybe there's a different source of bromelain.
That's what I was wondering, because sometimes we'll find that, like, these people that, get a big name for all the work they did, and they did amazing work, that they're not perfect just like anybody else. And not that I'm looking for a flaw in them, but that just made me think of that. Like, but I'm sure there has to be. If there's bromelain in pineapple skin, there's probably bromelain somewhere else as well. But I'm just wondering, and I'm gonna have to see if I can research that.
So I think there's bromelain, and then there's bromelain, because this is spelled BROMELAIN.
Okay.
And so bromelain is an enzyme extract derived from the stems of pineapple. Although it exists in all parts of the fresh pineapple, the extract has a history of folk medicine. As an ingredient, it's used in cosmetics, as a tropical medication, and as a meat tenderizer.
Oh, wow.
And doesn't tell you how much you should take. Skin benefits. Doesn't talk about that. But yeah, I was taking that and another thing called chromium bicolinate. And so, what?
I can't spell that.
let me see. Let me get the spelling. I gotta Google it because I don't even know how to spell it. But chromium is something that is naturally produced in the body, and it aids in the regulation of your insulin. And so by using this stuff, chromium, there it is, CHROMIUM, and then picolinate is PICOLINAT.
Oh, chromium. I kept hearing it as with a P, chromium.
No, chromium.
I was trying to write that in there. I was like, it's not coming up.
Chromium picolinate. So this is something I researched back when I was like 15, 16. Because what I found out, right? Or not what I found out, but what I like derived in my sense of logic was that in order for me to lose weight, I need to burn more fat faster. In order to burn more fat faster, I need to have a higher metabolism. This is what I discovered why some people can eat all kinds. You know, when you would meet this person and be like, "Oh, I got such a high metabolism. I can eat anything I want." You know what I mean? And so I was like, "Okay, well, how do I get a higher metabolism?" And that's where I went on the benefits of. I went and researched chromium and bromelain. So these were two things that, well, the bromelain was the research I found says that it would break down like hard fat solids and stuff like that. So the fat, the hard to get rid of fat, it would break that down so that you could break it, you know, you can get rid of it easier. And then I did the chromium picolinate to do the metabolism, which worked very well.
Okay.
Yeah, like I dropped 50, probably about 20 pounds in a month and a half, 30 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Like it was like I'm telling you, it was a dramatic weight drop. Where it was like I said, my mom thought I was on drugs because she just couldn't. No one could understand. Yeah, imagine you're being overweight all your life as a kid. Well, not I think probably when I was 14 or 13, that's when I gained weight because I started using food as a way to help with depression. Like I found pleasure in food.
Well, I came out chunky, so I don't know what my excuse was.
Some people are.
I was always big since I was younger, but I was still an athlete till I was in college, and then once I think stopping playing basketball was like probably the worst thing that I ever did because that's what kept me like super active and stuff. But yeah, I don't know.
Try the chromium picolinate if you're looking to lose weight. You know what I mean? It might. Well, here's the thing that I've learned too is that with the Seamoss, it acts kind of like the chromium picolinate. It helps with your thyroid to, you know, control your moods and your balance your metabolism.
Yes, it does. And I wasn't consistently taking it. I was for a minute, and then for whatever reason I wasn't. I think just because I was so used to my life being at a certain pace, and then starting this business, and then working, and then doing other things and all that. Like I just didn't discipline myself into having like a kind of a regimen. And so I kind of just fell off of doing anything consistently, but I'm like slowly getting back into everything. So I've been drinking my Seamoss lately, and that's been helping, drinking more water. But I watched a video. I was trying to find it while we're on this chat. It's an elder that I follow, and I think he's in Jamaica or one of the islands. I can't remember his name.
It's the guy that doesn't drink water.
Yeah, and I was like, so is that cool to just drink coconut water? Because I love coconut water.
Yeah. Why not?
I got some today that was like the best coconut water I've ever tasted. I posted a video on Facebook of it. I got it at a store called Sprout, and it's like, you know how some coconut waters feel a little silkier, a little thicker than regular water. This one kind of has like the, I guess, texture or liquidiness of water, and then it's like not overly sweet, or they don't add sugars to it, but it doesn't have like this extreme coconut flavor, because like some coconut waters have like a weird taste to it. So this one, it was so good. As soon as I drank it, I felt hydrated, so I was like, let me try just drinking coconut water. I'm still probably gonna, have water because I want to like flesh myself out, and it's easier to just have a gallon of water a day versus buying hella coconut water. But I think I'm gonna drink more coconut water from now through the summer and see how that works.
I would drink only coconut water that you get out of the can, only for the taste.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like the difference between, like, because I was drinking in St. Lucia, like we would drink coconut water almost every day because you can buy it on the street. Like there's vendors that will, I guess, in the morning chop the coconuts, pour it in the things, and you have them. And the coconut water there is completely different than what you'd buy in the stores and stuff like that. It doesn't even really taste sweet ever. It's more, it's like you could taste the green in it. You know what I mean? Like it's like a plant, and I mean it's a little bit sweet, but not like how you would get it with the like in the stores and stuff. And I'm wondering like if there is stuff done to it to make it more shelf stable, because the real coconut water, you can't, like, it has to be on ice at all times. Like if you leave it out for like an hour, it goes bad, like really bad. I think one time one of the kids like got a coconut water, and like, you know what I mean, it spoiled over time, and they kept drinking it, and they had like food poisoning like the next day. Like suddenly he was sick, and we couldn't understand why, and we traced it back to like, that it started when he drank the coconut water. And so my partner was like, yeah, the water probably went bad. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, coconut water goes bad like that, like instantly, because it's fresh and it's alive.
This one, and if I could find coconuts, you'll see them at certain stores, maybe like the one I went to today. They'll have a few there or whatever, but they're usually like $5, so like they're expensive. And so I'll have to find somebody maybe I can order like big batches from. But I will say that on the can it does say to drink within 3 days after you open it. So they probably do something to it, definitely to make it shelf stable. But the fact that they said after 3 days, I feel like it's probably a better quality versus some of the other ones that I've ever had.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of them say drink within 3 days like that, and so I don't know. But I'll see if I can find some real ones. I prefer anything fresh if I can have it, and stuff. But what's the other thing? Well, that's another thing with my juices. I'm trying to figure out, like, eventually I thought about getting my Seamoss juices in stores, but I know that a lot of bottled products have to go through high pressure processing and other stuff to give it a longer shelf life, so it actually has time to sell in the store. And then when people get it home, they can still drink it. Like the drinks, like those little smoothie naked drinks and stuff, they'll have expiration dates that are weeks out, and I'm like, I don't understand how it can be that way. Even if it had something like a preservative in it, I wouldn't drink something like that 2 weeks after I bought it. That's just weird to me. So eventually I'm gonna have to figure that out, or if I'm just gonna sell at like little, like instead of like a bigger store, maybe smaller market type stores and just small batches, because I think I really want to have my product be known for it being like real ingredients and fresh and freshly made, and not something that's just like manufactured.
So you just when you're showing the, I guess you just got to show the process in some ways on how you make the product, to show that it's not like all done on a commercial level.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. But yeah, I think I'm tapped out. I don't think I have any more questions at this time.
Mm-hmm.
We went on an array of topics.
Always.
But it was a good session. I enjoyed it.
Me too. I enjoy every week, and what I love too is that every week it's different. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's never the same shit. We never know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't plan for Janine to come in and talk a lot about the farming and different stuff. And like, even though she, Matthew and them died for it, they don't really farm it on cultivated on the land. She knows what it's about and understands and realizes the truth. Like, bro, like when you get down there and you see what is real, you then begin to realize. And then, and especially too, when you get into, how do I say it? It's like this wild crafted, this, that. It's a small community compared to the rest of the people that really know what's going on and don't care.
Yeah.
They just want good product, good service.
It seems like that's what everybody in this group is getting for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I just ordered from somebody actually in the group on Facebook. His name was G something. G Allen or G something.
Oh, with the juices.
Yeah, I was like, they look good. They remind me, the color of them reminds me of like when you were a kid, it used to get to like 10 picos. I would not drink that shit now for anything, but
yeah,
it's horrible.
Back then. Yeah.
It looked good, so I ordered 2 half gallons. I told him one flavor and then told him to surprise me with the other.
Nice. Yeah, he's a nice guy. He seems pretty cool, and he's just getting into the business, learning the ropes and stuff. I mean, he's coming out with a different product, which I think is awesome. You know what I mean? Too many people are trying to somewhat reinvent the wheel, and I feel like they need to, just really focus on creating your own sort of lineup of products and stuff. You know what I mean? And so to see that someone's coming out with lemonade and stuff, that's even somewhat more palatable for a lot of these people than for you to give them some gel.
Right. I think, and my juices do very well. Like, of course, like regularly, like when I'm not doing vendor events, like gel sell, because those are things people get daily. Like I can get it to them within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
They do still ask for the juices, but it's just a lot of work. So, but there was a gentleman that was referred to me over the weekend, and he was looking for juices, and he actually inboxed me after my friend put my name on his post, and I was like, shoot, this is a chance to like reel in a customer. I don't really feel like making these juices. Let me go ahead. Well, he's already ordering. I actually gave him a jar of gel with his. He ordered like 4 juices, $4. I gave him a gel because he said he was out, and he's an avid user.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, my Seamoss lady was busy or whatever. So I was like, let me get this customer.
Yeah.
So I came up with some gel, and he already wants more gel for Wednesday, so I'm making that. I already got the stuff to make. He wants the elderberry gel, so I'm making that. But he actually is a singer that opens up for Music Soul Child, and I guess he does pretty well in life. But he spends money. Like when he pulled up, he had a bag full of money. I don't know why his money was like that and stuff. And I'm like, shoot, Oh, okay. Before we go, I gotta tell you guys, I was driving Lyft because this is having to do with money, and I think this is okay. This is going back into how you're talking about like the energy lately, like feels like it's bringing you everything you need, or like it's a heightened level or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've been dealing with certain things and like trying to get my life on track outside of the Seamoss business, and so I kind of hadn't been really super focused outside of like tuning into these groups. But since I've been tuning into these groups and doing these recent events, because I haven't done anything for a while, like things have kind of just been coming. Like this guy that was referred to me and other people starting to pop up out of nowhere, or feels like it's out of nowhere. So the other day I'm driving Lyft, and I decided to drive at night because I had slept like a little bit longer than I should have during the day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, I'm gonna pull an all-nighter and just make this money or whatever. And I ended up picking up this girl at a hotel, and she was like 24, and she was about to go to the airport. It's like 15 minutes away, and she asked to stop to get some snacks or whatever at the gas station. I was like, cool. She's like, I'll put in the new address or whatever. I was like, don't worry about it. It's like down the street or whatever. Don't worry about it. Like, that's a hassle or whatever. So we get there, and she's like, can I just wait see if this guy hits me back or whatever? My homeboy and all this stuff. He hasn't been answering me, but I was supposed to go over to his house. But if he didn't answer, I'm going to just get on my flight. I was like, all right, cool. And apparently she lives in Atlanta, but she's from San Diego and LA area, and she's always flying back and forth. So the guy, we stopped and we're sitting waiting for the guy to answer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he finally hits her back, and so she edits the address, and it's an hour away in the Bay Area, San Francisco.
Oh my gosh.
It's like 4 a.m. at this point. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take this ride because I'm up for one. There's nobody on the road, so it's going to be easy money. It's not going to be hard on my gas, blah blah blah. So she was like, yeah, don't worry, I'll tip you on Apple Pay if you got Cash App or whatever, or I can tip you in the Lyft app, however you want. I got cash. And she's like, what do you want? Or, I'll buy you snacks and all this. So I was like, well, you could put some gas in my car or whatever. She pulled out wads of $1 bills. So I'm like, this girl's a stripper.
Well, honestly, when you talked about her waiting for the guy to call, and then she's really willing to go travel an hour to go see this boy, like, what? I'm like, how much is she getting paid for that? She better be getting paid tons money, man.
And that's at that point I started like really putting two together, because I'm not really like I pay attention, but I'm listening to everything she's saying, but it's not registering until the ones come out, because I'm just like, I'm focused on like, I'm gonna just get you to where you're supposed to go or whatever. I'm not
your destination.
Your whole life. So she throws out all these woods, and it's like $50 or whatever. And she's like, oh, I'll just go inside and I'll put them, I'll pay for it or whatever. So she forgot, I guess she forgot she gave me cash. So I had all these ones, and I took that away. And then she actually paid for gas. And she didn't have to do that. Mm-hmm. The whole way we went, we talked about so many different subjects in life. Like, for her being 24, I was like, she's trying to get a real estate license. She's like becoming a pediatrician. She's in school or college, so she's like, it's in the street life,